We can start now. I think we are online and yeah, we can start. Hello everyone and welcome to our session, The Topography of Online Repression. My name is Marwa Fatafta. I'm the Policy Manager for the Middle East and North Africa at Access Now. Access Now is a global human rights organization. Our mission is to defend and extend human rights in the digital age. And I'm very pleased to be joined by two colleagues of mine, Eliška and Natalia, and I will give it to them to introduce themselves. Eliška, you want to introduce yourself?
I can go first then. Hi everyone, it's a great pleasure to be here today. My name is Eliška Pirková. I'm a global freedom of expression lead at Access Now, which in practice means that I help to coordinate our global agenda on the topics that we will also discuss today. So anything from freedom of expression to content governance, and how your expression online is actually being regulated or violated or unjustifiably restricted. And we will probably explain and bring in different regional examples today during our presentations. And I also work as a Europe policy analyst. So I'm sitting in our Brussels team where I predominantly work on issues more related to the European Union and Europe in general. And I will pass over to Natalia.
Hi, everyone. I'm happy to be here. I think it's my first time in the music conference, especially in my capacity as a lawyer, which is unusual. But yes, I'm Natalia Krapiva. I'm a tech legal counsel at Access Now. I work on our legal team and in charge of strategic litigation that we engage in as an organization. And also I provide guidance to our digital security helpline, which is a 24/7 technical assistance to civil society that we run that assist journalists, bloggers, human rights activists with digital security threats that they're facing online. And then I also had a work in the Eastern Europe and Central Asia region. Happy to be here.
Thanks, Natalia and Eliška. So our session is a bit unusual. You see us, we can't see you, but we hope that this session will be interesting to you and that you will interact with us and ask us questions. So we will talk for about 40 minutes up to an hour. It will be a free-flow conversation. There is no moderator. I'm just acting as one now. Towards the end, we'll have 30 minutes for questions. So please prepare your questions. And this session, the purpose of this session, we will discuss the issue of online repression. Probably this is the first time in humans' history where citizens around the world can exercise their rights thanks to the internet, where we have a relatively open and free space to discuss ideas, to share ideas, to access information as freely as we can. Yet, unfortunately, it's also an age where governments have more tools to surveil us, to monitor our speech and restrict it, to monitor our movement, to collect massive amounts of personal data and use this data and also to shape our experiences online. And so today we will discuss, as the session title suggests, the topography of online repression, how that looks like from surveillance to restriction and censorship of political speech on social media platforms, and specifically discuss the role of social media platforms and tech companies in colliding with governments to shape narratives online and censor political voices, particularly from marginalized and oppressed communities. So we'll bring regional perspectives from Palestine, Russia, Belarus, and also from Europe and the European Union, to be more specific. And on that note, I'll pass it to my colleague Natalia to share with us her experiences and also how online repression looks like in Eastern Europe and in Russia and Belarus specifically. So over to you, Natalia.
Thank you, Marwa. If you don't mind, I'll share a little bit of, I prepared some slides to accompany my speech. Hope you find them interesting. let me share my screen here and let me know if it's not working. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, great. So yes, as Mara mentioned, I wanted to talk to you about my region and specifically focus on Belarus and Russia, and to show you how digital dictatorships work. And I want to start with this picture, which is like, well, guess what band it is, right? But this is just to illustrate a point that dictators, they kind of look similar, if you have noticed. There's usually older men in bad suits, desperately hiding their receding hairlines and foreign bank accounts. And they're also similar in tools that they use to oppress their people, such as rigging elections, jailing and sometimes killing the opposition, suppressing peaceful protests, and so on. But today I want to talk about the new type of repression that these dictators and authoritarians are using, such as is a digital repression or digital authoritarianism. And I want to focus on these first two individuals, I mean, the countries that they rule, which is Russia and Belarus. So I'll start with Belarus, and Belarus has been in the news lately, well, in the past year or so, especially with the election last year. But I just wanted to give you context a little bit about how deterioration of digital rights has been happening in this country. So it's been a dictatorship for the past 27 years. And there was a brief opening in between 2015 and 2018 when the government sort of tried to look more in the West and allowed some displays of dissent, and the IT industry had grown significantly. But since 2018, things sort of took for the worse, and the internet has been increasingly restricted. And there was legislation, fake news legislation, defamation, extremism, banning of websites, calling for protests. Independent journalists have been subject to fines and detentions and prosecutions. And surveillance has been widespread. However, civil society had managed to survive and learn to operate in this environment with estimates of about 3,000 civil society initiatives that Belarus had before the 2020 elections. And civil society has also learned to use also digital tools to avoid censorship and surveillance. But last year, we have all witnessed the elections that took place. On the day of the elections, President Lukashenko has, and his government blocked YouTube, WhatsApp, Telegram, other services and platforms on the day of the election, and they also blocked VPN providers and other circumvention tools, Google Store, and so on. And then once the elections results were announced, which election results, as you know, have been disputed and contested, and then the government, as they did that, they shut down the internet completely, and the shutdown lasted for 3 days, from August 9th until the 12th, and then it continued for 121 days when authorities continued to shut down mobile networks every Sunday when people protested. They had regular protests on Sundays, and the government shut down the internet, mobile internet, regularly until December 6th, when they finally stopped and probably realized that it's not helping, and people still coming out to protest. Despite the censorship and the shutdowns. And since then, government has been continuing. They were attempting to block certain websites and trying to ban Telegram chats and channels as extremist. And as you have witnessed with a kidnapping of journalist Roman Protasevich and his partner Sofia Sapega, and imprisoning of Kolesnikova and opposition leaders. The repression continues online and offline. There's 800 and counting political prisoners. There's extremist cases open. And even though the civil society has doubled since the last year, but government has banned, basically liquidated all officially registered human rights organizations, and they're continuing censoring and basically cracking down on opposition journalists, activists. Startups have been leaving, and the civil society has been in exile. So this is the situation in Belarus. And as you can see, Russia is very similar, but there are some differences. So Russia has also been really existing as authoritarian state for a while under President Putin, and the internet, but the internet has been in fact relatively free until the digital rights situation has started deteriorating after 2011 and 12 anti-government protests. And the government started passing increasingly restrictive legislation, such as Yarovaya law, which, among other things, it requests, the government will request encryption keys from messaging and social media platforms to provide to the government so that they can have access to encrypted messages, which happened in the case of Telegram, when Telegram refused to do that, and then therefore it was blocked unsuccessfully by the government. The sovereign internet law, which you probably all heard about, that it basically required telecommunication providers to install equipment to help the government centrally control the flow of information and both censor and surveil communication and online activity of their citizens. There's foreign agent law and undesirable organization law, which basically requires and civil society, human rights organizations, journalists, media, individuals to register and provide and basically be designated as undesirable foreign agent, and anything that they post online has to be associated with this mark. Then there's also expansion of extremism law, just like in Belarus. Pretty much everything is extremist now, and it applies online. And there's also blockings and internet shutdowns that have been implemented over the years, repression and surveillance as well. And similarly to Belarus, civil society in Russia has also managed to survive through this repression and persevering. Just have a picture here of LGBT individuals protesting. So even though that we have heard about the gay propaganda law, which also applied online, people have, LGBT organizations have continued existing and helping people, similarly NGOs, despite the foreign agent law, it continued doing the work and using also circumvention tools and other means. And then with election this year, which is the last election that we had in Russia, as you all also witnessed, there's been increased in repression happening just before it. In the year preceding it, you have seen what happened to the opposition figure and activist Alexei Navalny. He was put in jail and poisoned. There was also lots of laws that introduced, for example, third-party liability on tech companies. So companies would be required to proactively delete content that the government finds undesirable and or otherwise face penalties. There's also been designation of more activists, individuals, organizations undesirable for an agent. There was throttling of Twitter this spring, and there was order to block VPNs. And finally, as there was a recent news, during the election, government also forced the companies, major tech giants, Apple and Google, to delete applications run by Navalny teams that told people about the candidates that are more likely to win against the ruling party. So that was all over the news, and the companies have received a lot of heat, including from us. But unofficially, it sounds like the situation was that the government basically threatened companies with imprisoning their staff, which is quite disturbing and really highlights sort of a different, a new mark in the digital repression that we are witnessing. Telegram has also briefly removed the bots that the Navalny team has been using. And so the repression continues after the elections. There's foreign agent, again, designations almost every week. There's more and more detention, arrests, sentences. Civil society has been leaving the country, and there's more pressure on tech companies to censor. But I wanted to say that it's not just Russia and Belarus, it's also quite widespread in the region, even though Russia, Belarus, Azerbaijan, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan to some extent as well, they have been sort of more authoritarian, and the digital attacks are widespread. But there's also sort of new democracies such as Georgia, Ukraine, Armenia, Kyrgyzstan that have also been experiencing digital threats to their democracies. And so we are seeing that digital authoritarianism is really on the rise. And we see the trends that are common to the region, such as online censorship through internet shutdowns, blocking of websites and tools, attacks on journalists, women, minorities, online and off, criminalization of online and offline expression, and also assembly and association through extremist, terrorist, fake news, foreign agent laws, and so on, and proliferation of government surveillance powers and technology. And another important thing to mention, which is also it's a global problem, is the role of Western companies in repression. And some of them are directly facilitating the repression, and some of them are, I'm including some news sort of headlines from some of the companies that have been involved. Sandvine, for example, in Belarus, they facilitated internet shutdowns that happened last year during the election. It's an American-Canadian company. And then there's also Israeli companies such as Celebrite, Kandiru, and Aso Group that have been found in the region, operating in the region, like Kazakhstan, Azerbaijan, and even Russia. Looks like there's some indication that they might be present there as well. And then there's companies that are complicit, right? They might not be intentionally helping the region to repress their people, but they are sort of like complacent, right? Such as Apple, Google, we have seen in the Navalny app case, and also A1 Belarus, which is Belarusian mobile provider that also was sort of complacent in the shutdowns, mobile internet shutdowns. And then I just want to end this with saying, okay, well, this is all horrible. So what do we do, right? So I would suggest that we should support civil society in our countries. And I'm probably a lot of you are watching from or attending from Poland. So it's important. And you can see that Poland and other countries in the EU and in the region, Central Europe as well, but they're also seeing increases in digital authoritarianism. And so this is something that we need is to protect and support civil society in their fight against this trends. Demand accountability for companies that are enabling this repression. and then help protect and strengthen digital rights norms in the region and globally. And the norms are encryption. We should oppose encryption, backdoors, weakening encryption, shouldn't be allowed, insist on protecting security and anonymity, and oppose hacking, surveillance, and censorship, and fight for safe online access for all. So these are my thoughts. And in the end, yes, I want to end on a positive note that I think we will prevail in the end if we unite. That's all from my end, and I'm looking forward to more conversation and discussion.
Thanks so much, Natalia. I really enjoyed the PowerPoint presentation, and I particularly like the recent example from Russia, where we saw Google and Apple making decisions in a particularly important political moment for Russia. And it's relevant also to my region because it reminds me that tech companies always maintain the line that they are apolitical and that they provide their services equally to all of their users. But again and again, we see that they either bow to pressure from oppressive governments and make decisions that are detrimental to the populations that living either under authoritarian rule or, in the case of Palestine, under occupation, under Israeli military occupation. And in my intervention, I am Palestinian, and I actually speak to you today from the other side of the Dead Sea in Jordan. And probably many of you have been aware of the recent escalation of violence that happened during the months of May and June, and the events of Sheikh Jarrah, which is a neighborhood in east of Jerusalem, and then the bombardment of the Gaza Strip. And in that particular few intense weeks, we saw how social media companies work to suppress the narrative that came from Palestinians and their allies in the social sphere or in the social media sphere. But before I talk about this in detail, I wanted also to share a bit of background on the, let's say, digital structure that is available to the Palestinian communities. So we've been living under military occupation since 1967, and that meant, from a digital perspective, that we never had access to our own internet and communications infrastructure. That has always been under the Israeli rule. So we never had telephone lines. It was provided by Israeli companies. And when there was the peace agreement, the famous one, the Oslo Agreement, in 1995, there was an article that stipulated that Palestinians finally have the right to have their own independent ICT infrastructure. However, they can only have that if they ensure that they have the right equipment and that they're ready enough to be able to maintain and own this infrastructure. In a way, it was a catch-22 phrase. So you can only have your own ICT infrastructure if you can ensure that it's up to speed and it's working and functioning properly. That has meant that every single equipment, cell towers, for instance, have to be approved by the Israeli authorities when they are imported, and also in certain areas in the West Bank, in the Jordan Valley, for instance, or in Area C of the West Bank, where, as I said, I'm on the other side of the Dead Sea, and every nail has to be approved by the Israeli authorities. In reality, what that has meant for Palestinians, it meant that we couldn't have access to certain services that the rest of the world enjoy. For example, we only had access to 3G service in 2018. For the longest time, we have been denied the service because the Israeli authorities denied the importation and the installation of this equipment and the use of this equipment by Palestinian telecommunications or internet service providers. Why? The reason is undisclosed for security reasons. And while the world already made it to 4G, there were recent announcements that maybe in the future, in the near future, Palestinians and Palestinian telecommunications company could finally have access to this particular service. So our infrastructure is owned, I would say, and controlled by the Israeli government. And you could also imagine that all of the information that flows and all of the data that flows is also managed and accessed by the Israeli government. And I will talk about surveillance towards the end of my intervention. Now, on the information side of things, so that's from the structure perspective, but also from the information perspective, Palestinians as an occupied people or an oppressed people have also been denied the permission to narrate, meaning that in international press coverage, the information is usually very restricted. Just to give you an example, in the New York Times, since 1970, there's been around 2,500 pieces of opinion, op-eds, published by the newspaper about Palestine. Only 2% were published by Palestinians. And in the Washington Post, also since 1970, there's been over 3,500 opinion pieces. Only 1% were written by Palestinians. And that gives you just the picture or the idea of how much access Palestinians historically have to international press and to be able to narrate their own reality and their own stories. Now, social media platforms provided relatively the space for us to publish and share our stories, to document human rights abuses and war crimes, and to share with the rest of the world what our reality looks like, and also what the everyday life looks like under occupation. And I would say since the advent of social media up until 2015, we kind of enjoyed a relatively free space where we could say people express themselves freely and share information freely, up until a point where there was an escalation of violence into end of 2015, and then the Israeli government was mounting pressure, both public and private, on companies like Facebook and Twitter and YouTube to censor Palestinian voices under the pretext of fighting terrorism. Many governments around the world, and I would say this is not unique to the government of Israel, use the narrative of anti-terrorism to crack down on civil society and on human rights defenders and censor political dissent. And this applies also to the Palestinian case. So the interpretation of legitimate political speech by governments can, for instance, that Facebook and Twitter are hotbeds where terrorism is breeding and Palestinians are inciting each other to commit violent attacks against Israeli citizens. And since then, we have been noticing and documenting cases of online removal of Palestinian content and account shutdowns, particularly around political moments where there is either violence or there's bombardment or there are escalations on the ground, where these account shutdowns and restrictions and censorship is intensified and multiplied. The Israeli government has set up also a special unit called the Cyber Unit in 2016, whose mission is to monitor online posts on social media and submit those to social media platforms for them to remove. And the companies, according to numbers published by the Cyber Unit, have been willingly complying. And up to this point in time, I mean, in May and June, and I can give a bit of a political background, there is a number of families in the neighborhood of Sheikh Jarrah in East Jerusalem who were facing the imminent threat of forced eviction from their family homes. Their homes that they were born in, and their parents and their grandparents, and they received an order that, you need to leave your house in X date. And so they started to mobilize, protesting on the ground and also protesting on social media under the hashtag Save Sheikh Jarrah. And that gained a lot of momentum internationally and received a lot of press. Quickly enough, there was escalation on the ground. Israeli police were attacking protesters. They attacked Al-Aqsa Mosque during the holy month of Ramadan, where invaded Al-Aqsa Mosque while people were praying. And then a week after, Hamas threw rockets into Jerusalem and different parts of Israel and Israel retaliated by bombarding the Gaza Strip. Now, online, as I said, people were already sharing the hashtag Save Sheikh Jarrah. In the early week of May, so I think it was the 6th of May, if I remember correctly, we received the notice that hundreds of users have their Instagram stories deleted. Anything related to Save Sheikh Jarrah was instantly deleted. Instagram said, sorry, it was a technical glitch. They didn't refer to the events of Sheikh Jarrah specifically. But the second day after we issued a statement together with a group of civil society organizations, both in Palestine and from the MENA region and around the globe, Instagram made another detailed statement saying, sorry, it was a system glitch that resulted in the removal of posts related to Save Sheikh Jarrah, India, native populations and communities in Canada, and Colombia, where there was also protests and political unrest. And all of those cases share something in common. Those are oppressed communities. They're going through mass protests, and users are sharing and resharing content from the ground, documenting human rights abuses, using social media platforms for political reasons, for political organizing and mobilization. This speaks to the point that, again, even though social media platforms maintain the line that they treat all of their users around the globe equally, the terms of services apply differently to their different users. And maybe to use one line from Animal Farm by George Orwell, that all users are equal, but some users are more equal than others. After the Instagram apologized for the technical glitch, we saw that the same quote-unquote technical glitch kept repeating itself. For instance, when the Israeli army stormed into Al-Aqsa Mosque, the hashtag Al-Aqsa in Arabic was restricted. And any post that contained this hashtag was also removed. There were documents leaked by BuzzFeed around the time that showed that the Al-Aqsa, in that particular moment, was used as a classifier detected by automation. And unfortunately, they restricted it because they treated Al-Aqsa as a terrorist organization. Now, one would ask, why would a huge company with huge resources, both in terms of human resources and also financial, make such a fatal mistake, classifying mistakenly one of the third holiest mosque in the world to 2 billion Muslims as a terrorist organization? I leave the answer to you, but one could make, of course, conclusions knowing how the pattern of censorship continues, and has continued since 2015 up until this point in time. And again, YouTube, Twitter, and as I said, Facebook and Instagram kept removing and restricting hundreds, if not thousands, of posts related to Palestine. We have been in constant discussion with Facebook in particular around those decisions, because we demand transparency on how these decisions were made. And if they were technical glitches, that there should be an investigation looking into how these mistakes were made and how these companies should make sure next time when there is a political escalation of violence that they can protect the rights of their users, both the right to freedom of expression and the right to freedom and the right to online assembly and association. So right now we are demanding Facebook to conduct a public audit into their content moderation policies and decisions related to Israel and Palestine, because as we also know, there has been, or there is, a number of policies dedicated to governing speech from this part of the world where the interpretation of speech clearly comes from the Israeli government. For instance, there is a number of policies related to terrorist content or extremist content that over-censors Palestinian speech, as opposed to, for instance, speech coming from Jewish extremists or Israeli settlers. Also around the events of May and June, we saw, for instance, where Palestinian speech was censored. I'm not sure if over-censored is actually a word, but the rules were over-applied, let's put it this way, or over-enforced. Yet at the same time, where pogroms, where social media platforms were used to organize pogroms and hate attacks, these were left untouched. At the same time, issues such as hate speech, disinformation are pretty much left unmoderated. So there is inequality in the application of terms of services or content moderation policies, where on the one hand, anything related to so-called dangerous individuals and organizations or terrorist and extremist content is over-applied and over-enforced, not only in the context of Palestine, but also in the wider MENA region. For instance, in Syria, YouTube, for one example, has removed, I think in 2017, maybe up to 20% or 10% of videos uploaded from the Syrian conflict or the Syrian war. So it's not only just a matter of removing content, it's also suppressing the narrative of entire communities. In the case of Syria, and here I should mention the work of a fantastic organization that is also a partner of Access Now, the Syrian Archive, now called Mnemonic. They have been trying to archive all of the videos and documentation of human rights abuses coming from the Syrian conflict, not only because these are important for future accountability when hopefully there will be justice served to the victims of the Syrian war and those who suffered at the hands of the oppressive Syrian regime, but also because it's a way as a community for you to remember your own history. And in many authoritarian contexts, unfortunately, there's often a revision of history where dictators can get away free from all of the human rights abuses and war crimes they've committed. And so that's very important for many communities, such as the Palestinian community, to maintain their history, to keep it and to save it. And in this digital age of ours, whatever we upload on social media platforms is part of making history and is part of making that archive available. Yet, as I said, at the same time, whenever it comes to disinformation and hate speech targeting those communities, we see that social media platforms are doing the very minimum, if anything at all, to moderate that particular content. So the demands remain on the table, and we hope to continue our pressure in coalition with other civil society organizations and activists to ensure that such censorship does not take place again, and that there is transparency provided by the companies around what happened in the events of May and June. Also, another demand of ours is related to the work of the Israeli Cyber Unit, which is, as I said, is an internet referral unit that monitors social media platforms and submits requests to companies to say, hey, content XYZ violates your terms of services, and therefore you should remove it. And companies happily comply, because these are not legal requests coming from certain jurisdictions. In the case of Israel, the requests submitted by the cyber unit are not, let's say, legal requests whereby certain content violates the Israeli law and therefore needs to be geo-blocked or removed, but violates the terms of services of the platforms. Unfortunately, there are no numbers published by social media platforms and tech companies to show us how many requests they receive from those internet referral units and how they comply with them. The numbers we receive are from the cyber unit. They publish every now and then an Israeli press saying, for instance, in the case of the events of May and June, and the first, I believe, week of May or the second week of May, there were over 1,000 requests submitted by the Israeli cyber unit. And they said that the companies complied by up to 90% or 80%. So we need to have access to the numbers, and social media platforms have the obligation, according to the different commitments that they made publicly, that they're committed to transparency, that they're committed to accountability, to publish those numbers. Right now, they only publish requests, legal requests coming from governments, and this piece is particularly missing. And I think it's very important because it would unearth the different informal pressure and relationships that they have whether with the Israeli government or with the Russian government or the Saudi government or many governments around the world where requests are being passed under the table. I'm conscious of time, so I will use the last minute I have to shift the conversation a bit slightly to talk about surveillance. And Talia mentioned the infamous Israeli surveillance company, the NSO Group, Kangaroo. I forgot the name of the third one. But these different. There are many Israeli surveillance companies, and in fact, according to according to a research done by Privacy International back in 2016, Israel has the highest number of surveillance companies per capita in the world, and that's not a coincidence. In the occupied territories, the occupied Palestinian territories are governed by Israeli military rule, which means that there are no rights protected or given to the Palestinian communities. The Israeli law doesn't apply, so the Israeli privacy laws don't actually apply to Palestinians living in 1967 territories. That means that the Israeli army and the Israeli intelligence can use the territories to exercise surveillance, invasive surveillance, and collect as much information in different ways as they want and as they wish. And in fact, the invasive levels of surveillance had made a number of ex-IDF or Israeli soldiers to come out and blow the whistle on how incredibly invasive surveillance is and how much information is being collected about people, including their sexual orientation, their health status, for instance, whether you need to have an operation, if you have cancer and you are in a terrible financial situation. This is an interesting case because they can use it to pressure you to collaborate with the Israeli government, basically to become a spy. Or if you're gay, a man coming from a super conservative family in the Gaza Strip, this is a very interesting piece of information to the Israeli government. So they collect as much information as they can, and once they finish their service, they go away and use this experience to set up Israeli surveillance companies, and the NSO Group is the perfect example of that. It's founded by former IDF veterans, and we see the result of this pipeline where repression on the ground for many years can result in the production of the state-of-the-art and the most sophisticated spyware that can be used later by authoritarian governments around the world, in Russia, Belarus, and many other governments, targeting civil society organizations, human rights defenders, and activists around the world. And on that note, I think it's important, I will follow in the footsteps of Natalia to also offer maybe a glimpse of hope on what we can do as individuals and citizens, because we do have the power and agency to make a difference even in the most darkest of situations. And I think in the context of social media companies, as users and also as citizens, it's extremely important to call out and document cases of censorship and pressure governments. And I don't know who is in the room, but as artists, as lawyers, as journalists, to expose these violations and build up pressure on companies for them to finally commit to their whatever commitments they made in the past and walk the talk they've been sharing with all of us about transparency, accountability, and freedom of expression, and giving the platform to all people to share their voices online. And on that note, I will pass it to my colleague Eliška.
Hi, everyone. So I think that we just threw at you an enormous amount of factual information from different regions. And as a global freedom of expression leader, I will try to perhaps bring in a little bit more sort of clarity. What are those dimensions where we actually speak about human rights violations, who are perpetrators of those human rights violations, and how we can actually move forward, and what are demands and expectations we can have, whether from the state actors or private companies, who are ultimately two main subjects that we are actually discussing today. And you will also see, and you heard from my colleagues, how actually very much depends on the context. Who is the bad guy and who is the good guy? Or on the other hand, who censors better and who guarantees a better safeguards and protections, better to human rights activists, but as much as to artists, because of course, when we discuss freedom of expression online, artistic expression and journalistic expression are integral parts of the scope of these rights. So even though this topic might eventually feels a little bit remote from what you do in your everyday professional life, it's actually very much related. So I will start with the whole state regulation, and maybe it will come to some of you a bit of a surprise that many of these abusive laws that my colleagues discussed today, whether these are criminalization of free speech in different regions around the globe, or whether this is the use of vague terminology such as fake news, or glorification of terrorism, for instance, that we see more and more frequently appearing in different criminal legislation. All of it was very much invented by Western democracies. This is the result of the very short-sighted solutions that the governments were pushing for in aftermath of big atrocities and tragedies, such as terrorist attacks, whether in Western Europe, but also in other Western parts of the Western world. And very often as a result of these swift silver bullet solutions to extremism, terrorism, spread of hate speech, incitement to violence, hatred, or discrimination, we are then dealing with the damaging outcome of these regulatory responses by states for even a decade. And who is often on the receiving end of these very repressive laws are precisely those historically marginalized and oppressed groups among us. Quite interestingly, there are even some pieces of legislation that would actually claim that they want to defend these very much oppressed groups, minorities, and so on. And at the end of the day, exactly the same groups are actually paying the highest price in terms of violation of their fundamental rights. More within the context of censorship, what we see increasingly, and these are also the trends that we actually map within the European Union, because even though European Union has strong protection of the rule of law and fundamental rights, we also witnessed over the years significant backsliding in certain European countries. Don't want to point the finger at anyone during this contribution, where unfortunately human rights activists and defenders cannot anymore count on the state as the main protector of their rights, even though it traditionally actually falls into the scope of the state to protect something that we call in a human rights language positive obligation of states to protect human rights of individuals, including against violations committed by private companies such as online platforms. We see increasing number of more and more legislative proposals that are focusing on quick removals and deletion of user-generated content. So any kind of content that you actually post on and share on these platforms. We see very short time frame removals, so deadlines for the removals that the companies have to comply with no safeguards and guarantees of transparency, how they actually arrive to those decisions. We see increased number of proposals where law enforcement agencies are being disproportionately empowered to actually have the control over the free flow of information and expression, often under the disguise of securing public security, safety, and protecting society against manifestly illegal content such as terrorism or other forms of illegality. Now, this is not to say that there should not be tools available to law enforcement agencies to actually do their job right and do that job properly and indeed protect the society from certain forms of societal phenomena and crime that spreads online in high numbers. But again, everything always has to go hand in hand with the proper safeguards. And transparency is essential, as much as for the platforms and their operation and systems, but so much for the states when they actually create formal cooperation with the platforms. And I think what Marwa and Natalia were pointing out is also this negative impact of these informal cooperation where state puts a lot of pressure on platform to actually serve their agenda and to be their prolonged hand in the online space. So all these dangerous proposals, from very quick removals of user-generated content that ultimately amounts to censorship, because if you put yourself into shoes of a private company and you will get the order from a state to remove a content in 30 minutes, otherwise you will face liability, or eventually very hefty fines, you will probably comply very quickly without thinking twice whether these content actually indeed violates any legislation or your own terms of service. All of those actually come from European legislators. All of those were actually invented by governments that are considered being democratic, governments that actually do comply with the basic principles of fundamental rights protection. But very often we see that these proposals are popping up or showing up even more and are politically motivated because, of course, at the very basic level, everyone would like to be protected from hate speech, incitement to violence, and other very negative content that has the power to polarize the society. So the question is not really whether we should regulate free expression online or whether platforms should actually conduct content moderation or content curation on their platforms, but how they do it and how you as a user are being secured and safe, and how much agency, power, and control you have over those measures that are actually being deployed, on one hand by platforms or as a result of state pressure. There is, however, a little bit of hope on the horizon, also due to the fact that I would say, and for me, and from my own personal experience, witnessing everything that Marwa and Natalia discussed over past 1 or 2 years, that means incredible amount of online censorship, being able to actually observe how quickly the content is being removed by the platform in the real time, knowing that it's the content that is being actually posted by credible journalists, and that this is actually also an effort to report on what's happening inside of these countries, which is actually normally very difficult for independent journalism to get an access to those information and get it out to the rest of the world. I think that the awareness of, on the one hand, enormous power that certain players among online platforms generated in their hands over our public and democratic discourse, and the need to also find some regulatory response, which is, however, fully human rights compliance, became very, very obvious and widely discussed. We are still facing with the number of rather negative proposals coming from governments that tend to repeat the same mistake and not learning from previous mistakes that never actually delivered to its mark. But we also see increased calls for, and very strong calls for, wanting to actually regulate platforms in a way that will significantly decrease their dominance and provide users with the tools how to protect themselves. Transparency is a buzzword which is being used by digital rights activists, regulators, and it should not be seen as a silver bullet solution, but it's an essential precondition how we can possibly get there. And the recent revelations by whistleblower from Facebook are very much pointing out to that direction as well. The fact that we do not properly understand what platforms actually do with the content that we share every day, what kind of tools and systems are being deployed, how they are being optimized, why you are being targeted by certain content and not by other, how actually all these tools and measures contribute to the spread of online hate speech, disinformation, suppression of the credible resources on these platforms. All of that needs to be made visible. And it needs to be made visible in the language which is useful for you as a user, and which is also useful for those who actually seek to regulate these platforms in a way which is, again, human rights compliant. And this is something we keep repeating because, as you can see, and on examples that my colleagues already brought to your attention, you can also regulate in a manner which is highly human rights intrusive and does not actually protect anyone from any negative societal phenomena that are spreading on these platforms. We kind of clarify a bit where the state stands as a main human rights perpetrator, so to say, and this issue becomes even more pressing in the context of authoritarian regimes. And we actually have to also realize that freedom of expression is the right which is extremely context dependent. And any kind of measure that you actually create as a legislator can be in one way or another abused if that measure ends up in hands of those who actually wish to abuse them and use those measures to target critique against the government and gain more control over the society. However, if we focus more on the due diligence safeguards, and we will make sure that the user comes first in these regulatory debates instead of political interests or giving just the quick fixes to issues that are actually deeply rooted within the societies, we can get there. And there is an interesting development currently happening at the EU level, where exactly this type of regulation is for a first time championed by the legislators and can be still very much ruined and destroyed in the European Parliament, since we are just at the beginning of negotiation. But we have the deal, we have the real deal in our hands. We have the draft, and from that draft onwards, we can actually do a lot of good. And why this is important, Europe traditionally was very good in being a trendsetter when it comes to regulatory efforts of platforms. One great example of that could be a quite infamous law in Germany that is called NetzDG, or a Network Enforcement Act, which was the first law of its kind in the, I think, worldwide, that actually sought to regulate and impose obligations on platforms such as Facebook and other giant social media to regulate and to respond better specifically to online hate speech. It's the law that directly also refers to the criminal code of Germany. And over the years, we still see to this day how different countries around the world are using NetzDG as a role model legislation to actually create very similar regulatory responses to the issues on the ground. And we also see how some short-sighted measures that these laws contain, and that law has been widely criticized by many human rights activists and experts in the space, actually enable states to get that like even bigger stick and to suppress all the dissent in the country. So it's extremely essential that everything that is currently being negotiated in Europe at the European Parliament level will be done right, that we are able to actually learn from this previous mistake and really send the message out there that there is the way and that there is a strong need to regulate these platforms, but in a way that won't actually make their dominance even stronger, and in a way where users come first. I won't go into the details of this legislative proposal, but what I also want to underline, maybe in response to all these great analysis and examples my colleagues discussed during the first half of this session, I think it's also really important to remember that platforms have always been moderating user-generated content and curating user-generated content. It's the part of their essential fabric. From the first day they came into their existence, and more popular they became, this content moderation and curation became something that we called content moderation at scale. And the mistakes are inevitable given the huge amount of content that is being shared every day on these platforms. So the question should not be whether they should be allowed to take some content down or whether they should be allowed to actually exercise content moderation, but how they exercise this content moderation and how much overview on one hand, public regulators do have, and you as a user have as well. And that's what Access Now has been working on for a very long time, trying to provide the standards, engaging with the platforms, pointing out to gaps and mistakes and offer misconceptions that are within their terms of service, which is often the guiding light for the platforms to decide what actually stay online and what should be removed. We also are very much looking into making our engagement with these platforms more meaningful, so that we are actually communicating with people that have some real decision-making powers. And especially, we are also thinking about how to even make this engagement more meaningful in times of crisis, exactly in times that Marwa and Natalia so very well demonstrated and explained to you, where indeed, especially in the authoritarian regimes, where the state is the main perpetrator of the human rights abuse, and it's the state who has actually a direct access to institute of violence, platforms are often the last resort for the human rights defenders and activists to, on the one hand, make their cause visible, communicate with the outside world, and also get the access to a quick remedy. And that's why where our digital security helpline plays an essential role. So we know that regulation is not the only answer, and I'm going to use a buzzword which I normally really dislike to use, but indeed the response to these extremely complex issues have to be holistic, which is, I think, well, most overused words that are being often brought up during a presentation like this one by a number of digital rights activists. But indeed, that's the case. There are many pieces and puzzles that have to come together in order to create that regulatory and self-regulatory landscape for platforms that, again, prioritize users and their fundamental rights protection. Much more could be said about how these dominance of platforms actually shape public discourse. Much more could be said about dangerous legislations coming from the Western democracies. Maybe also more in the context of artistic and journalistic expression. Some of you perhaps heard of already adopted online terrorist content regulation, where we as civil societies fought very hard for extra carve-outs and protection of journalistic and artistic expressions. And some of the artists around Europe joined the cause and really help us to advance our ideas and cause the noise in those most important spaces where the decisions were made. Unfortunately, regulation went through, and this is exactly an example of the legislation, how things should not be done, and how ultimately, again, this legislation has incredible potential to be discriminatory towards minorities and vulnerable groups instead of actually protecting them. And it's also a good example of everything what I've already mentioned in terms of how many harmful legislation can be passed under the name of protecting public security and safety. And the question is, and I think Marwa put it very nicely using a George Orwell quote, whose public security and who has a right to be actually safe in a majoritarian society, and how much we actually deepen vulnerability and feeling of unsafety by these laws that at the end, hopefully, would be eventually struck down by constitutional courts and by litigation efforts of civil societies. And I'm sure that there is a lot in the pipeline already. So this was just a general overview from more global perspective. We will happily answer any of your questions you may have. And thank you so much for having Access Now with you today. Marwa, over to you.
Yeah, thanks so much, Eliška. I was unmuting myself. Yeah, I mean, you ended on a perfect note, and I do agree, even though it's an overused word, but the answer is definitely holistic, and each one of us play a part, whether we are civil society or artists or musicians or journalists or lawyers. There's a lot to be done here and to shape the future of the internet and also the future of our rights and our expression in this digital age. And I guess we have maybe around 20 minutes, so I hope there are questions from the audience. And if I'm not sure how we should do this, and I hope that our session organizers would share the questions with us. But if not, we can also end our presentation today. So I'll wait for a couple of minutes to see if there are any questions.
Maybe someone in the studio, in the room, has questions, and there's no stupid questions or silly questions. Don't be shy.
Yeah, exactly. We want to hear from you, so do ask.
Your last chance, 30 seconds. Well, I think since there are no questions from the audience, we can conclude our session. So thank you so much again for having us in this music festival, and we wish you a great rest of the festival. Hopefully next year we would be there in person. And it was a pleasure also sharing the platform with my colleagues Eliška and Natalia. Thank you again, guys.
Thank you very much. Likewise, enjoy festival.
Take care. Bye.
Bye.
Welcome everyone. Thank you very much for being here. Still quite early, I would say, so thank you very much. Before presenting our panelists today, or even the concept of this panel, I would like to start actually quoting Adrienne Maree Brown in this book that is called Emergent Strategy. And yeah, Adrienne Maree Brown invites us, wherever you are, beginning this, to take a deep breath and notice how you feel in your body and how the world around you feels. Take a breath for the day you have had so far and a breath for this precious moment, which cannot be recreated. Now, another one for the day and night coming. Here you are, in the cycle between the past and the future. My name is Toba, and my pronouns are they, them. Today we will go over the first session of Ecology of Care together. This is a new and ongoing series that we have started some months ago with Luz and Zara. And the idea beyond this project is actually to address mental health, community care, and harm reduction. And our three panelists today, welcome, are Julia Kata from Transfusia, Ting Ding, a visual designer and artist, and we have Rafi from TS Raver. I will invite you, maybe, Rafi, to start with your presentation, if you're okay with that. I think it's on already.
Is it on? Is it on? Introduce myself. Yeah. I'm Rafi. I live in Berlin. My pronouns are mandatory, he, him. I organize a peer-led harm reduction alliance of queer and trans people in a sort of area of queer parties and raves in Berlin. I'm a student. I study neuroscience and neuroacupuncture. I'm doing a lot of community organizing and learning also at the same time in the community planning and organizing area of queer nonprofits. I was in New York for 16 years, and I did some organizing there as well in queer femme communities, of color,
Thank you very much. I will invite you now, Ting, to present yourself.
Hi guys, my name is Ting, or Ding Ting, and I'm Canadian Chinese, Chinese-Canadian. I currently live in New York, but I also lived in Berlin for between 2011 to 2015. I am a stats analyst, so I have a lot of experience, 10 years of experience on the online marketing side of things. And I'm also a visual designer and a co-founder of a gender-flexible sustainable label called Etcha, and which also powers another project called Make Techno Black Again in collaboration with rhythm analyst, writer, theorist DeForest Brand Jr. And basically what I do for the brands that I work with, or rather these projects that I work with, is I try to focus on an empathetic business model, which basically takes the inverse of all of my experience in the business world, and I try to do the opposite of it. So less of that extractive type of marketing, and rather focusing more on a giving and abundance model.
Thank you very much. And now, Julia.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me here. My name is Julia Kata. My pronouns are she, her, hers. I work for Transfusia Foundation, one of two transgender organizations in Poland. We basically do everything from advocacy till support and community work because we're one of two, so someone has to do it. Beside that, I'm also a psychologist. I was co-running the support group for trans and non-binary persons for around 6 years. And during the COVID, I was also co-running the group for the community online, because that was the only option. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the three of you. Together today, we will talk about how isolation due to the COVID-19 pandemic has affected mental health in communities that were actually already vulnerable. As a little trigger warning, we have to say that this panel will also touch on ways to cope with isolation, building alternative networks of community care and harm reduction, which means we will also talk about the other side, which is harm, which is sometimes isolation, etc. Talking about these topics might be triggering for some of you or some of the people who are following us online, and that's totally understandable. If you don't feel well, if you don't feel uncomfortable, you can choose to leave the room at any point. If you are at home right now, you can also choose to just close your computer if it's needed, and that's totally fine. Come back whenever and if you feel ready to, of course. We also want to take a very brief moment to acknowledge the fact that the views that will be represented today on this panel will be most probably pretty Western-centric, and everyone is not, due to some availability and also general format constraints, represented here today. We have already been talking about this and taking this into consideration for our next iterations of Ecology of Care. And last but not least, we'll also be sensitive about the vocabulary we will use today. But we know also that vocabulary varies based on experiences, identities, regions, etc., etc. So feel free to reach out to us afterwards in person or on online platform if you are at home right now, and therefore you can share some feedback with us. That being said, we can now start with the first question. We really thought that it was important to introduce all these very important topics before talking. So, in your presentation, I think you have addressed already some part of the things like community, harm reduction, care. What we know is that due to COVID-19 and actually the restrictions that were with it, we have lost some places, some community spaces for queer. Either it was nightlife spaces like clubs or events, but also daytime like community centers, cultural centers, etc. And it has had an impact, obviously, on mental health in communities, as some of its members were already vulnerable. I would like maybe to start with that and to see, have you noticed things within your own communities? Rafi, would you like to start answering this question? Yes.
Yeah. Personally, around me, there's a lot of areas that we could go with with that question. For queer and trans people, from personal experience, the lack of gender affirming surgeries or care definitely has been for me, has impacted me greatly since the ongoing pandemic. Not having access to hormones or to surgery, even some of the clinics not being open, not having that resource there is had a very negative impact on mental health for many people in the trans community. and then having to ask the community to go into crowdfunding and to build these campaigns. It takes a lot of stamina and a lot of effort to, to reach out to communities. So I think those are some of that's one of the things that has impacted me personally, and also having not just the gig economy completely, just blown out, having that community connection and not having the real time space to do it in. The online is not a good alternative. It doesn't offer the resources which sometimes have it built into it, preventative care a lot of the times. And so not having the prevention and the harm reduction that a lot of these networks provide has had a great impact. And yeah, I think those are some of the personal experiences that I've felt, and seeing people around me not having the financial means, and then being financially dependent on certain structures that are extremely precarious through the government, or then having to be financially dependent on a spouse or a parent, and having this lessen their self-worth is also, I've noticed that, and I've also experienced that myself as well.
Okay, thank you very much for sharing. I will go back to this moment where you were talking about online spaces, and Julia also during this, so we had a little breakfast this morning to prepare an exchange, and you are sharing with us your experience of online spaces with the community you work with. Is it something you would like to share with us right now, how this experience was? Because you mentioned it, Rafi, like, it's not the easiest. There is not always the connection. Is it something you have realized too?
Actually, the pandemic was very difficult for the trans community in Poland, because it's not only the pandemic, but the situation in the country with the government, with the politicians, with the Catholic Church, with everything. I don't want to go into details because it would be 5 hours talk, basically, but last 2 years were extremely difficult for the community. People were under attack. So like everything combined into one, basically. So it's kind of hard to like just speak about one part, which is pandemic. But the situation with pandemic started before the pandemic, because just before the first part, let's say, of COVID hit Poland, it was a great difficulty to get hormones, because they are produced in China, and there were no shipping from China at the moment. So for a few months before the pandemic, it was already difficult. It was never easy for the community in Poland, but then it got worse. Also, as a Transfusia, we had to switch all our support services online, because we are based in Warsaw. We work across the country, but our office is in Warsaw, and it's like quite small. So we couldn't have people in the office. For some time, it was just strictly forbidden. And then when we were allowed, well, just before the pandemic, we had 20, almost 30 people during the support group. And with our office, we could host like 4 people. And how you will choose who's in the bigger need of this kind of services. You simply cannot do that. So we established all our support groups across the country. They started to be online. We also opened one more group for those who are not attending to the groups in specific cities where we provide services. So it was an opportunity for those who are living in the rural areas, or they don't have access or money to travel to those cities. So they gained the access, or meeting with our psychologists for the sessions. They were also online. So wherever you were based, you were able to get the services. And all the services we provide are free of charge for the community and for the families, because we'll also work with the families. But at some point, when this opportunity started to be something that people have enough, because people were craving the human contact, and people were craving just seeing each other. And we see for a few months now, people are not interested in another online meeting, another online something, because they are drained. They have enough. They were looking at the computers for months. Now they would like to just see another human being and have interaction with them. So as the so-called fourth wave is about to hit Poland, we are not able to predict whether we are gonna be opening the groups in person or we still have to stick into online. But we know there is no like perfect solution for this, and someone will be left behind, unfortunately, even though we try to do our best to support everyone who just need the support.
Exactly. We will even go back a bit later to this point of winter is coming for sure, and that will bring questions. I keep that in mind, and we go back to that later. I would also like to hear your point of view on communities, loss of space, etc. How was the situation in New York?
So when it comes to talking about the New York scene, and I think, you know, obviously America is a very heavily broadcast, everybody around the world sees America, not to mention everybody around the world sees what is happening in New York. But when the pandemic hit, it was very obvious that basically there is no community. All the real people who are in existing communities all went offline. They were working, they were doing mutual care amongst their, you know, neighborhoods, very local help. But anything that you see in terms of like the more, you know, techno scene, let's say, it became very clear that it was just a bunch of venues, a bunch of club owners, a bunch of club party throwers, and there was nothing really. And ultimately in America, like the nightlife, it's an alternative economy. It's an alternative economy that's usually, you know, funded by gray zone investment. So, you know, I always say Stonewall was actually owned by the Italian mob. So because of these things, marginalized groups, queer communities, we always kind of have to go towards the gray underground side of things. However, it's often not run in a way that is based around community and care, but rather it's all about the money. And so what we found is that as soon as the money went away, all the money people, they left, they went upstate, they had little private parties upstate, or once it was safer to. Ultimately, you guys see the numbers in America. We're still in a pandemic. There's still a lot of people dying every day. We're not nearly done. And also, you know, what did start happening was fentanyl started creeping into the community, and you know, so we started getting a lot of opioid overdoses, a lot of plague raves started happening as well, often not with enough care or thought put into them. Sure, they might have had some masks, but you know, it wasn't, overall, you know, I understood why for some people they needed to get out. However, from a, you know, more collective care perspective, Americans behave very Americanly. So they're very individualistically and certainly not on a larger collective mentality. So that was kind of my experience, and it's a little sad to say that, you know, I think most people retreated more or less towards their closer friends and families, and you know, outside of the more localized groups that we're doing, but they weren't online, so nobody heard about these people, and they're certainly putting in the work. However, anything that you see online, it's all a giant PR campaign, much like America. Because in America, it's all about racial politics and like real estate. And, you know, when it comes down to even the, say, cabaret law that was overturned in 2017, which allowed for a lot of these larger clubs that we see now that like to sell themselves as a community. But all they did was really push out a lot of the DIY scene around 2015. So the smaller, like Silent Barn, The Glove, Transpicos, like all of these smaller collectives, they got pushed out and replaced by these large entertainment industries.
Capitalism, here's
Yes,
the word for sure.
Lots of money.
Yes, so yeah, capitalism, governments that are like too close from churches, pandemic, you name it, like we have been facing a lot of challenges over the past months and years now, almost. That's a lot. How can we do you have, any of you around this table, like, how can we take care of our communities, of ourselves, our friends around, and maybe not only our friends, but the friends of friends, or the people who yet don't have access to community because they have came out in the middle of the pandemic without friends around. Like, how can we still, if you have the answer, build these communities? How can we take care of each other? Does any one of you want to start with these questions? Okay, Rafi.
It's on, right? I can't hear it. I think when I read this question, I was thinking about the trauma-informed care, and how this as a starting point could be a part of the toolbox that people create for themselves, and sharing what that is as a resource. I myself think about that a lot in my studies and in the work that I'm doing, and I think for me personally, everybody is dealing with a different a new environment when the pandemic hit, right? So for me, it was about how do I have a sustainable rhythm doing remote learning with 2 kids, and also I've had job loss, and I'm a chronically disabled queer trans person, and so I went down the list and I was like, okay, like I need to, like I have this in my toolbox, and I need to learn how to wield it like a little bit differently this time. So I think a trauma-informed care, if we take this concept and people in community can use it as a resource to build, like sometimes talking about things can really aggravate old wounds, and we have a historical trauma that, for me, when I was going to certain controlled environments during the pandemic when it was safe to do so, I had like a lot of anxiety, and I was very worried about transmission and all of these things, and I had to kind of recognize my triggers and what was being activated in my body, and I definitely needed to have a discharge afterwards. I needed to be able to have a practice, and I'm still figuring it out because it's been changing so much and so rapidly. But I think trauma-informed care is something that is, we can demystify that and break it down and use that as a starting point, and people can build their own action plans around their own trauma. I couldn't be in those environments, so I had to kind of create some new strategies for myself, or some new activities. Like when I was reading this question, I thought about the beginning of the pandemic. I write poetry. I write a lot, and so I wrote these poems, which were more like observations of my environment. And then I was like, wait, and then I started recording them. I recorded myself, and there were like, the first one was 22 minutes long of this like poem, this rant, and it was such a discharge of grief and feeling loneliness and uncertainty. And then I sent it to all of my friends, of course, with like a, hey, this is what this is, trigger warning. And that was a way that I did some self-care for myself, but also finding a way to connect and isolate. And I think that the pandemic has challenged all of us in a way to realize that there's no one way, there's no sort of like blanket formula on how to live through a pandemic. It's like a new, you write the code new every day, and then it comes again and again. So I think that one of the great things about the crowdfunding, for instance, what I mentioned before, was that this is also a great tool that actually queer community is using to you know, also shift power and reclaim and have transparency around where community money is going, what programs and projects are funded, and what people are supported. So I think that, yeah, trauma-informed care is a I think about that when I thought about this question, yeah.
It's very interesting actually what you say, because at a certain point I understand that to be able to have community care, it starts with self-care, and then sharing your experiences with the people around, which is very powerful. Thank you very much for sharing that with us right now. Does one of you two want to add something? Yeah, go for it, Ting. Thank you.
To add, I agree with Rafi in the sense that, yeah, it comes down from we all need to start approaching things from a bottoms-up approach rather than a top-down, because I think that's what a lot of us are feeling, the sense of hopelessness, because the problems are so great, and ultimately that is what this media industrial complex wants us to think and feel, and it's constantly throwing information at you, when we all need to just take care of ourselves and try to negotiate our own personal boundaries. And it's a constant negotiation that I myself have had to do as well. Even being here today, you know, me and my partner, we discussed for a long time whether it'd be okay to fly. You know, that's something that, like especially now where the global pandemic has clearly highlighted that what has occurred is we had to actually had to have a pause in this constant churning thing towards normalcy. And what we're all trying to get back to, it seems, is that we're all trying to go back to normalcy. But what if the normalcy that we were experiencing was actually not the solution in the first place? And all that we're seeing right now is this attempt to go back to the thing that, and actually Grace and James Lee Boggs said it best, where basically a problem is basically a solution that was used to implement and try to solve a previous problem. So we're constantly in this cycle of trying to be reactive towards something that happens, when what we really need to do is kind of step outside of all of it and try to imagine new things, new ways, and be a little bit more creative with our solutions. That, you know, perhaps the thing that you should do is not something that already exists. Yeah.
Yeah, that's that's very interesting. It's indeed interesting also to see like the world slowly going back to quote unquote normal, in a sense of going back to what we had before, and just like, do we really want that? No, that's true. And I don't know. This question is open, but do you have already like some ideas, some tips and tricks? I also think about maybe the next generation, because like all around this table, I think we are adults somehow, and we have figured out maybe things for ourselves, but how can we first support each other and support the next one? Any idea on the table? I'm blanking, to be honest, on this one, so.
Maybe with the younger generation, because like I'm the person in my 30s, I'm the generation who was offline and online. Right now, the younger ones, they're online all the time. So sometimes they don't see the difference between the offline world and the online world. And everything is just like mixed together. And for them, it might be like a little bit easier to be in this situation at some points, but in some points it might be much more difficult right now. You know, in Poland we have this disgusting quote about youth ones and children, that fishes and children don't have a voice, that they are not allowed to speak up for themselves. And we don't listen, we don't let them talk and say what they need, and this has to change, because Rafi said about how difficult it was like having two children with the online schooling. And from the other side, what we see, especially in the last 2 months, that the parents of trans and non-binary kids are saying their children don't want to go back to school. they want to stay online or on individual learning. Why? Because there's a lot of violence. They're not appreciated at school. A lot of schools are saying that we will not use your preferred name or your pronouns because we are not allowed. The law doesn't allow us to do that, which is absolutely not true. It's always, on the personal level, like how much empathy and understand for the second human being you have. So a lot of youth ones, they don't want to go to school. They don't want to be misgendered. They don't want to be treated as this weird person there or the problem for the school. I'm sorry for saying that. So I think this is the wake-up call for us, the adults, that we need really think about the youth ones and what they need, and don't assume we know everything, because we were youth days ago. We don't. So, and what we see as a transfusia is like huge demand from the schools for trainings for them. But what we know for many years is never any school in Poland approach us just before, like not knowing they have a trans student there, saying like, okay, we might have a student who didn't come out to us, or maybe next year we will have trans kid at our school. So it would be great to have the knowledge and know what's possible for us, what's not possible, and how we can, manage the situation, and how can we support our student. Never. All the schools that approach us, and we are really grateful they do that, and they try to be supportive, they already have a trans or non-binary student at school. And then they know they have a problem, or they don't know what to do. So I think we have to listen, and we have to sit down and say, like, I don't know everything. This is my time to listen. What do you need? Because I cannot assume I know everything.
Rafi?
I agree with everything that you say, and I want to boost it. And this speaking of this, the lack of affirming care has greatly gone down in the pandemic. That I know many people who, even myself at times, I've decided not to sort of access medical or I did access medical care, and I had the support of my friends, and I only did that with their support. I probably would not have gone, and I think that happens a lot, especially still happening now in the pandemic. And I think it's really true. We need to be thinking about additional support, especially for younger people and people who are not fully aware of how they wish to identify, and that's totally fine, and that's a journey, for your whole life if you want it to be. And so I think that we need to, definitely continue to think about that. But one thing I wanted to mention was that being a trans parent in this time has created this other, I would say, more difficult, or added more difficulty to my already previous sort of struggles with the German. I'm speaking with my experience with the German schooling system, in that if you're a parent who has a child that's navigating neurodivergency or is rebelling against the normal wave of compulsory education there, you're dealing with a lot of stuff. And so I think that there needs to be more conversations and spaces where parents can come and feel supported and seek additional support without this bureaucratic, all this bureaucracy getting in the way. And that is, I would hope now that things are, with vaccinations and that being accessible, that there can start to be more additional support added, because we still need it, because I think children and young people are still dealing with the pandemic and also children, young children dealing with corona-related racism and discrimination and medical racism. I think this is still going on, and I think we need to address it in the schools, and children should also be able to have a voice, and that should be supported, but we need more affirming care for sure. I definitely agree with everything you said.
Ting, you want to add something?
Yeah, I mean, in America, they're still arguing in schools about like critical race theory and also the trans rights, because I mean, in America, and I know I always say in America, but it truly is a place. It's the starting point in which if Black people and we can't get racial equality on that very base level, it tends to radiate outwards. And not to talk about care and education system. In America, everything's a scam. I think I mentioned this earlier, like the education system's a scam, insurance is a scam, healthcare is a scam. So we should rather start at that point when discussing America, because once you start realizing that everything that is supposedly provided for you is actually a scam, then there is no care. So it all starts in the basis of there is zero care. It's just people trying to extract from you and then going from there. And unfortunately, I wish I had more solutions to present, because that's why I'm here, because I'd actually like to learn from the Europeans. I like to learn and hear other perspectives on what you guys are doing over here, because it seems to me that, and a lot of the lack of care does stem from the use of technology, like we've talked about the internet and these phones. And basically over the pandemic, I feel like people have become more and more in tune with their phones than they have with other people. And that's a lot of where it all begins in terms of care, because our empathy receptors have been completely bashed in and desensitized so the phone will get us everything, and there are all these companies, all these apps that will basically try to give you everything, and so that you don't even have to start talking to others or making real connections with humans anymore. And ultimately we all live in a very automated, smooth, transactional reality. That is what I liked in the book Technique and the Magic by Federico Campan. Basically he talks about techniques, and we all live in a technocracy that is driven by America. And what we should all be doing is trying to think more about the magical things in which we stop placing as much importance of these terms, because that is what creates the reality around us. The moment we start submitting to these things that we can value and we can count and we can divide and subtract, like economics and math and science and all of these things that we've been told from a Western perspective is what shapes our reality, then we can start to kind of, I guess, dissect a little bit of this reality.
One of a friend of mine who is also involved in T.S. Raver, we recently had a nice chat about the concepts in Germany that were related to awareness and community planning, community building. And I think the solutions can be, really different depending on the communities. They have to match the needs of the people in the community, and I think that is constantly changing over time, depending on where we're at and where people are at in their lives. But there's this, destabilizing the big power on top by allowing this rotation of people to come in and lead or be a part of the organizing team, and then people go out when they need to, and other people come in, and so you have this exchange, power sharing, and so there's a voice. Each person gets a voice, and it all sounds really ooh, but obviously on another friend was like, yeah, like maybe awareness is little way stations on the way to utopia or something. But they could go in a lot of directions talking about solutions. But I think the great way to get from theory to practice is to actually start like doing some actions. And I think that is like, you have to fail a little bit better or fail a little bit here and there, and then you sort of readjust as you go. And I think that that's the thing that I'm learning how to do better, I suppose, a little bit, especially with the things that I've been doing in community. And it's a really interesting, I say that like TS Raver only works because it's everybody has like a different communication style, and that really disrupts the power. And you can see it sometimes. People really don't like having their that disrupted, and it's and then it's also really amazing to see what people will do when they have that. And so it's, yeah, I think that those are some ways to kind of shake that up a bit. And I think also communities are different all over globally. Like everybody has their own personal set of needs, and then there's like the community. What does the community want and need, and how can we, come together to share our resources and skills. Skill-oriented sharing is also, I think, a great power that we can wield together. Yeah, I think.
Yeah, that's for sure. Like way more flat in our connections with others, and way more, as you mentioned, sharing and not having one powerful person and then a very pyramidal system. I think it brings us also to this question of, we rely a lot on what we know and what we have been told, and what we know and what we have been told is following a very carceral system, where you always have to be perfect, where you always have to be good, the nice one, etc. And if you fail, then you have to be punished. That has a gigantic impact, I think, on our mental health too, is like never being able to fail, and you mentioned it, so that's pretty great. On the other side, when we see something happen, and things can happen in times of crisis, and when there is a mental crisis, obviously, it can go a bit wrong, quote unquote. First reaction of a lot of people is to trust our very racist, transphobic, homophobic institutions, governments, aka the police, yay. Do you have, I think we don't have a lot of time to explain why calling the police is not the right idea, and let's just hope for the fact that everyone in this room and our followers online agree on that. Do you have any way to avoid this? Like, how can we really bring security without calling the people who should be there for that?
I would say that fear as a response to someone sharing that they're afraid or may harm themselves is not a wrong reaction to feel in your body, because it's a common thing to not know how to help someone. I think that outsourcing is super dangerous for many reasons, especially marginalized people and people who are already dealing with lots of oppression in their lives. So I think that I say this to people, like if someone comes to you and they've expressed that they are either self-harm or they're being harmed, the best way to build a mutually trusting relationship is to put, healthy compartmentalization of our fears when we're stepping into that is like really necessary, because I know when someone said to me, wanted me to outsource my issues, felt just completely disposable, And I think that that's the false sense of security, is that these professionals are better equipped to handle our issues, but it's really not the case. And that actually, when we do that, when we call the police, or when we think that we also think that the medical industrial complex is not a prison. Let's face it, it's the same exact institution, and if we're for care and not containment, then calling the psych ward is just as the same as calling the police. And most of the time, if there is a second incident or third, people are way less likely to activate services. So I think it's about taking liability and stepping into that role and being like, I actually want to be an accountable friend, lover, parent, partner, person. And it's it's easier said than done, actually, I think. But I think it also translates into nightlife. You know, we're always trying to give away liability to somebody else, you know, like, so I think that we can work on the skill sharing and learn ways to stay anchored in that self-accountability. It's not easy, but it's possible.
Yes, indeed. And maybe I will ask this question to you, Julia. I can imagine that in Poland, when you are part of the LGBTQI plus community, you also have to find ways, like you have an aggression in the street, you cannot call the police because the police will add violence to that violence. Have you seen, do you know some ways to get out of these situations? Have you shared already tips and tricks there? And if yes, can you share it with us?
So police in Poland is not the greatest ally and support you can call on any level. Unfortunately, because I remember the times when we actually were delivering training for police officers to, of course, they're not going to be perfect, but at least they will know something. But that's the history, unfortunately. So I think I don't have a perfect solution for you, unfortunately, but what we see is, of course, the community tries to stick together and be there for themselves. And what I do see for the last over a year, the community is getting angry, finally. And of course we can say this is difficult emotion, you have to, you know, figure it out, blah, blah, blah. I'm a psychologist and I truly don't believe in that. Like, finally people are getting angry with the amount of hate speech. And remember, we are living in a country where we don't have a hate crime and hate speech regulations, and there is no sexual orientation, gender identity and expression premise in the hate crimes. So even if anything is happening, it will go through, let's say, regular crime box. So the problem is getting the help, especially for the youth ones. So, you know, I'm the part of the problem because I'm the ally and I'm a psychologist. So I'm in the structure. However, I would like to do that or not. But I know at the end of the day, what I can do is like share my knowledge. Like, I was privileged enough to get the higher education, to be working in 2 languages, you know, being on so many trainings, conferences in Poland and around the world. So now it's my time to give back to the community, to others, as much as I can. What I was doing during the pandemic, because I was in the high-risk group, so I couldn't go for the protest, which was very difficult for me because there was, you know, anti-abortion law, there was a lot of things happening in Poland, and I couldn't go out, and I was just stuck at home. It was really difficult on the personal level. But at some point, I realized, like, when I'm dead, I will not help anyone. I will not pass the knowledge. I will not be, you know, the safe person to call when something happens. So whether I'm going to stuck at home and figure out my way, you know, and navigate through the situation, or I will go out and I will be dead in a week. So I delivered countless trainings for the healthcare professionals because they started to realize that the LGBTI community is one of the most affected by the COVID, especially youth ones who are stuck at home with their parents, who are not always very supportive. They hear a lot of hate speech all the time, and how much of those things you can handle. At some point you're like, I'm just an ally, and every time I hear these hateful comments about the community, I'm thinking like, why are you telling those kind of things about my family? Because I do have LGBTI persons in my family, and like how much you can handle. So, so I was trying my best, you know, to make the researches as well, because our like, you know, all those smart people who are on the positions are saying, well, you can tell me that the community is affected, that things are happening. I want hard data. Show me the data, we will talk. Okay, and if you want to talk with me like this, okay, we provide a few researchers which are still, you know, in process of getting the results. So we will have a hard data. But, you know, at the end of the day, I can make research. I can deliver training for the healthcare providers, so they will be, you know, trained. They will have capacity to work with people. And if they are not going to be the greatest allies, the greatest supporters, at least they will not harm. And sometimes, unfortunately, in Polish situation, that's a good thing, and that's enough. But people are getting angry, and they started to organize it. They started to be visible. They started to speak for themselves, because for many years we were laughing that there were only three trans persons in Poland, because there were only 3 people who were openly trans, and they were visible in media, you know, in the TV and so on and so on. And now we can see people who are very active on TikTok, on Instagram. So the others were seeing like, I'm not the only person in the world. There are others there. We can disagree, we can have different opinions, but at the end of the day, I'm not alone. I'm not this only one person in the world who's like this. So, and people are, because unfortunately, the other thing that happened, the TERFs came into Poland quite loudly. And, you know, speaking their transphobic, hateful things. And the community actually started to protest. And because they got some space in one of the biggest newspapers in Poland, saying how they are, you know, like the trans community and being trans is like a threat for the girls and all those narratives. People made like a huge protest in the front of the building, and they started to make the petitions online, like, you know, to force the newspaper to stop giving the space for TERFs. And I was like so happy, because, you know, people finally felt that this is the time to say this is enough. And, you know, I don't want to go from my perspective, privileged perspective, whether they were having enough, they were, you know, having enough, I don't know, knowledge that they can protest or they can do those kind of things. I'm just happy it happened. I can just like clap my hands and say like, if you need me anyhow, I'm here. And I think this is the thing we can do. And I hope the community will feel safe enough and good enough to speak for themselves a lot, because I know as an ally, I'm part of the problem, that I'm here speaking on behalf of the community, even though I'm just an ally and I should be, you know, not on the spotlight. I should be doing my, you know, backstage work here.
That being said, though, thanks for being here, for sure. Anger, visibility, and allyship. I lie. We still want to hear your voice, for sure. Rafi, you wanted to add something?
Yeah. Can I add something?
Yeah.
I wanted to, listening to you, I was thinking about this, what I'm invested in, which is these community-based models where they're sort of the private spaces are very important and they should exist, but I also think that having community-centered care, healthcare, psychotherapy care, where it's group related obviously in a safe way for people where they feel comfortable with the pandemic restrictions and so on is very important. But going back to what you were saying about the sharing of knowledge, I think that a lot of there's a lot of stuff that people think that they don't have access to, when we should actually be thinking about psychological first aid as being taught and shared with people working in all different areas, no matter what industry you work in. Psychological first aid is something that should be a part of the training toolkit. So I think that like the resource and the skill sharing, like in TS Raver, I've tried to, we all have little things that we share, but also sometimes, having a physical exercise and not just talking, because there's sometimes where talking becomes too overwhelming, actually. So I felt that back to the beginning of the first question was that how has it impacted? I think that it was too much, actually. Like, it's too much talking, too much. I needed sort of like a container to put all of that into, and I found my own thing to do, and there was like a physical bouncing around or moving around, and I think that we can learn a lot from neurodivergent communities and ways to think about how to discharge some of that anger and that intense sensory overload, because I still feel it as well. I still find that sometimes it's like so much coming in from the from the internet, or expectation of the internet, and what I'm supposed to do, with all the information, and to keep up with it as well. But yeah, I think that those community exercises, I guess you could say, that they could be not like exercising, but in an abstract way. Yeah, I disagree with everything you say. I think you're great.
Amazing. And Ting,
You as well.
Do you have anything to add, maybe?
I mean, thank you for both of you for sharing. I mean, like, your perspectives, especially in terms of both like where in the system we are, whether it's more on the ground or more like structured way. And I think that is the point, that every person has to find out for themselves where they are in the system and what they have to give with the skill sets that they have. Like, personally myself, as a stats analyst and as someone who's basically been working on the background, playing Oz, spending that sort of ad money and spending, and watching as people have been diced up into demographics and marketed to, like, so me and my partner, we've actually done a lot of writing in regards to this stuff, because that, going back to what you were saying about the knowledge sharing, because I think a lot of this Oz stuff, like the technocrats, they purposely don't tell people about this stuff because they don't want you to know that they've been in the background, and also, like, just, when I started off 10 years ago, there was only Google as one of the main ad platforms where you could advertise on the internet. And now we're at a point where there are hundreds of platforms. And I've also watched as the users have actually actively signed away their rights, because it's not just the marketers, the users and demographic, the people, they don't want to read those really boring, long, like, agreements. And in Europe, the government has done a little bit better to protect everybody from this. That's why you have to check the marks every time. But over in America, no such thing exists, which is why that, when you go on Instagram now, I think everybody just feels like they're a piece of meat, right? Like, it just feels like a marketplace. And I think that basically trying to, if one has a platform, like with the Make Techno Black Again, is to use those platforms to share knowledge rather than to trying to extract, further, and whether it's giving more data, because often what a lot of platforms and a lot of people will try to do is they'll try to monopolize, and like that's when like platform economies kind of come into place, when people always try to centralize the data and they try to centralize everything so they can be the highest up on the power structure, which is, you know, what Rafi was saying about trying to basically flatten these power structures, including online, to make sure that everything's a little bit more decentralized, because the truth is that we will never be able to decolonize the internet. From the beginning, the internet was a military technology used by the Americans to spy on other countries, and that's the truth. And for as long as we are all interacting in this online space, we all need to keep that in mind when we post content, right? Like every time we make an interaction online, we need to be thinking about and using this technology strategically. Like treat it also as warfare, culture warfare, actually. So a lot of these things that we're talking about, it is truly just culture wars. And so, yeah, I guess that's kind of what I'm always trying to tell people, is to make sure not to get wrapped up by the fake flowers and by the fake social clout. Don't let it get to your head, because it's not real. And there's nothing, you know, material to any of it, but rather making sure that you use your platforms to connect and then to take it offline. Like always, like, you know, meet the people, and when possible, take it offline.
I just want to say that I think that's what you say is so interesting too, and I think about this with like the legislations that have come in the, you know, this time, about all of the like sneaky things they've done against the trans community, the queer community. I mean, in Hungary as well, and thinking I can't think of all of them off the top of my head, but this, what you're speaking to, is also this. Like, we actually need to do, there's many different tools in the kit, you know, and I think that also having this knowledge of knowing how to, be aware of what's being extracted from us, and how we can, use that along with the other community planning and community capacity building efforts is really. It's very interesting. I think a lot about that the legislations that are still, like, they're still being tucked underneath different other bills.
Clearly, and even more when we look today at the last scandal, we have heard about the blue social media, but the fact that we react way more when we are angry. And obviously that makes like the spiral of toxicity being bigger and bigger and bigger. I would love us to continue to talk about this topic, because I think clearly social media have a massive impact on mental health. That being said, we are slowly going to the last question, and I think going back to what you said earlier, Julia, I think this question is really important to know. Okay, winter is coming. Most probably a new wave might come, and if not, another crisis might come, like the financial crisis that is like starting to say, hello, I'm here, that no one wants to see, but that is here, might bring us into the next wave of possible shit. The question is then, how can we be prepared? Do you see anything that we can do right here, right now, for the people in the room, people at home, and maybe for our brain to start to think about that, like, what could we put in place? I voluntarily let the question sinking.
I'm always a big proponent of socialization, like even if it's not possible, like we said before, we can't rely on these government structures and these things to tell us what to do, and I think everybody needs to just constantly negotiate their own boundaries and along with others, and to socialize more with humans, and to try to connect more on an offline space when possible, and to like constantly check in with people, like don't make assumptions, don't be scared to ask for help, be ready to get all sorts of feedback. It's okay. We need to desocialize ourselves from these phones and really start, tuning ourselves to other humans, because if we don't, then we might as well all be automated machines that are optimized for capitalism.
I think the thing that I think about is one that was before, but maybe it's a bit more intense now since the pandemic, is the gaps in which people might deteriorate unseen. And that is, I think, what I'm worried about in regards to community. And I think we can get a little bit more, we can build intimacy through, we can just get really simple about it. Oftentimes you want to navigate all this really intense stuff, and actually the thing that we're trying to get at is quite simple. And it's like, hey, what do you need? I think asking more people like what they need, instead of driving hard with solutions or overload of information, and taking it really slow and being really simple with it. I think that's sometimes the simple thing is the thing we think is not going to work because it's too simple. We need something more intense. But I think a lot of people are feeling a bit anxious and a bit the uncertainty is definitely driving the anxiety up. And so I think in order to maybe create some space around it so it's easier to carry, because it's not just going to go away, is to ask more simplified versions of what we would ask ourselves. Like, hey, ask myself. I do in my head. I mean, maybe not that in that way, phrased in that way, but make a list of it, I guess, of yourself first, and then figure out how you would. I think sometimes it's easy for us to want to change the world, but I think actually it's kind of foolish idea to think we can change the world. Sometimes we just need to do what's right side by our side. So it could be a start, I suppose.
Well, I think it would be nice to be able to change the world, but sometimes I think surviving is just enough to do. I'm thinking about what Tin said, the human connection. Call your friend, ask them if they're okay, if they need something. Don't give them advice. Don't flush them with, all the words. Just say, I'm here for you. Whatever happens, if you want to talk, if you feel like you need talk, or you're feeling that there's something wrong or difficult happening, just call me. We can go grab a coffee, or we can talk on the phone, whatever suits you. I'm just here for you, and just listen. Don't give the great advices, all those things, which are socialized to do. Just listen, because sometimes just flushing this from yourself, it's the greatest thing you can do for yourself and for the others. I know it's not easy to receive difficult emotions, difficult content, but if you're feeling like you can do it this for your friends, for those who maybe you don't know them perfectly and they're not your best friends, but they might feel not very well in this situation. And I think it's great to try, maybe go from not your comfort zone, but just explore, maybe think. For instance, me, I tried the hula dance on YouTube because I had, I was stuck at home, so I didn't know what to do with, with the time beside working. So I tried different things. So maybe you can make a list of the things you would like to try, with no pressure that you have to be pro, you have to be super at it. Just try and see how you feel with that, whether it's for you or it's not. Apparently hula dance is not for me, but I tried, and my friends laugh at me terribly, but at least I know this is not for me. But I give it a shot. So you can try, do those kind of things, and it's not have to be the huge thing, just one small thing, try and see like how it works. And you can talk with the others, you know, like I tried this, you tried this, and well, maybe you will find, you know, something for yourself there.
Small achievable goals. I love this.
Yeah, we circle back also to Adrienne Marie Brown to finish it, because yeah, we can start with very small connection, and what happens on a small scale can happen on a bigger scale. Let's try to change our critical connections, and maybe the critical mass will change. It's a perfect way to open this discussion to kind of hope. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
You cannot really see it, but maybe you can hear it. I'm smiling a lot under this mask. Thanks to the three of you. So I think it's time now maybe to open the room for questions, if I'm right. I don't know if we have a mic for that. We have a mic for that. Amazing, great. I think if you have a question in the room, you can holla at us. I also think that some people might have been writing on Discord right now. If there is any question from you at home, you can join the Discord group of Unsound, and there leave some questions in the ballroom. But let's start with the physical space. Does anyone have a question here? Or remark, feedback, anything like? I think we have one question here, front.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much for this talk. It was really, really beautiful to hear so much care and love coming from these four people. Yeah, so thank you for all of what you put in. It's not so much a question actually, but it's maybe a contribution as to something that was helpful throughout the pandemic for my community, that maybe it's also good to share resources. Yeah, there's this disability activist and writer Mia Mingist in the States who talks about, or like has written the concept about community care pods, and this is something that we implemented in our community, like putting people into groups of about 4 or 5 people, not necessarily closest friends. It can also be people that they don't know very well, and it comes back to something that you were saying, Julia, about not like the type of listening that you do, because the idea is to do a sharing circle in which each person takes 5 or 10 minutes just to talk for that time. And you actually, like the other people in the group don't have to do any feedback, don't have to do anything, just empathetically listen and be there with them. And it can be online or in the real, like, physical space. Yeah, and at the start it can be quite awkward to just talk for so long with nothing to say, but actually it's very often very therapeutic, because you just offload all of this stuff and some things come out that you don't even know that were maybe like upsetting you or whatever. So yeah, that's a resource I would love to share with everyone at home and in the room.
Thank you very much, and actually you make a great transition to an information I wanted to share before the end, is the fact that we will open on Discord a channel within Unsound Festival that will be called Ecology of Care, where we will share resources. We invite you also to do so, and please share this resource with us there if you agree. Because yes, I've heard about these care pods, and yeah, again, we start small and then get bigger if we can. Thank you very much. Do you want to react to this? Maybe does anyone of you have additional thing to say about care pods?
Just thank you for sharing.
Yeah, thank you.
Definitely. Okay, then next questions, if we have any. Okay, I see a hand.
Hi, I'm David. I'm from Krakow, and I just want to say thank you for coming here and talk to us. It was very inspirational. I don't have any questions yet, but it was so inspirational that I took notes, so I hope I'll take some for other people for future. Thanks for that.
Thank you very much. On top of smiling, I'm blushing now. Yeah, great, cool. Any question online, maybe? Okay, I have a list of questions here, so I'm ready. So we talked about what can come. Yeah, I have another one actually that we didn't really touch upon, which is this. For instance, Sarah Ahmed has developed this idea of the promise of happiness and this kind of toxic positivity, and even more during these very hard times. I have heard so many colleagues telling me, like, I have that at home, but I didn't want to share it with anyone on another Zoom call. And so we were just like entertaining each other on Zoom, always smiling, have fun, woo. And obviously, like the Skype arrows, like, we're great, but how can we, if you have any idea, can be there to be positive when needed and when we need to cheer us up, but also how can we make sure that we are not missing on some parts, on some things that are maybe harder, but that needs to go out.
So going back to the toxic positivity, I think, obviously coming from America, that is a very American trait. I know other cultures, like Julio was saying, in Poland, everyone likes to kind of complain about things a little bit. But, on one hand, yes, okay, negativity, but on the other hand, at least people are expressing themselves and letting out those emotions. And I think that that's something that Americans really have to work on, their toxic positivity, because it's very repressive. And it comes out in a lot of other ways, and especially when it comes to Zoom and being at work, or if you are honestly as privileged to have a working from home type of job where you're able to stay at home and be on these Zoom calls. Fun fact, Stanford researchers have actually found that the Zoom calls actually trigger a fight or flight reaction in humans, because we are not meant to look at screens with human faces at that size so close to us, which is why, so if a lot of you feel kind of weird when you see those faces, you should minimize the size of the screen and, at best even like try to remove it altogether. Stick to vocal calls, audio calls if you can. But yeah, ultimately, in order to kind of have a balance, I would say, in terms of both expressing, I do think, and this is part of the being human, right? Like, it's okay to show emotions, and I think that that's it. Like fuck a professionalism. Even like during at work, back when I actually had to quit my day job during this pandemic, because that was part of my own self-care. As someone who worked for these tech companies, I was seeing a direct correlation with my sales numbers in regards to the number of deaths. So, as people were online more, as more people were dying, people at my work were happy that we were making more sales, and for me, I could not stand this anymore. And even at work, I was the person speaking up at meetings, kind of bringing up that point, being like, guys, perhaps we shouldn't celebrate these things. Perhaps we need to consider what this means on a more human level. So I think that it's okay to talk about it. It's okay to show emotions when you talk to people. I think that that's what makes us human. And if the other person isn't ready to receive or, respect that as well, of course. Everyone has their own personal boundaries in terms of what it is, but it is a constant negotiation, and we need to be really flexible when it comes to dealing with other people, because everybody will have different levels of comfort when it comes to things and sharing emotions as well. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think that the toxic positivity is so funny. It makes me laugh a bit. So certain people, based on their the way they navigate the world and their experience with certain people. I certainly have experienced to some degree projections of my passion being confused with anger and so on, and so there's this other side of it, which is from certain people there's an acceptable level that is just always okay, and then for some more marginalized and oppressed groups, this is the ecology, right, the relationship to their environment is not allowed to be different. So it's really interesting that this toxic positivity is just really insidious, yeah, and it's something that I think a lot of people, no matter, even if they were to want to, for themselves in a healthy way, shift to a different pattern or a different rhythm, they might not be able to, and there's these projections being thrown at them because they're perceived in a certain way, or their historical trauma or the pain they've experienced has been fetishized or romanticized in a way that they've become a one-dimensional character in these people's lives. And I think that when we talk about this, we should also talk about racism, and we should talk about the social capitals, the capital that exists, many capitals that exist within our social organizing. And toxic positivity is very insidious. I've found myself sometimes like, oh wait, and I feel worse, and so I think it's maybe with the internet and with the social media, it's super easy to get sucked in. But yeah, I think that seeing and appreciating people as complex in their environment, and that the fluctuation, like you say, the humanness is that we are all going to be going through many states of chaos, and maybe during the day or the week or the whatever, and to be able to have some kind of a little safety net around us that is going to support the lows and the peaks and the valleys. I think it's really important to, yeah.
Yes, definitely. We sadly have to stop here, but clearly let's be emotional. Let's allow ourselves to be. Thank you very much, you three, for sharing everything with us. Ting, Rafi, Julia, really thank you. Thank you everyone in the room. Thank you to everyone at home. And yes, also thank you to Unsound, especially Alicia, Michal, Matt, and Gosia for your time, your patience, your trust, your support, etc., etc. We continue on Sunday, Ecology of Care, and on Discord. I don't know if it has started right now, if it will start a bit later. Thank you very much. But yeah, we still connect with each other. Thank you very much. Have a nice day and enjoy the festival.
Hi, my name's John Doran. I'm a writer and the co-founder and editor of a website called The Quietists, and I just wanted to say that after about 18 months into the awfulness, I was sort of like starting to suspect that I'd never get to do anything like this again. So I always say I'm really happy to be in Krakow, but I'm extra happy to be back at Unsound this year. So today's talk, I'm going to be talking to Matthew Ingram about his fantastic book, Retreat, How the Counterculture Invented Wellness. And the talk itself is called Well, Actually, Wellness, Psychedelics and Neoliberalism. And I'm hoping that over the next 45 minutes or so, we're going to have a whistle-stop tour of all of these points. And the reason why I'm saying this now is if you feel that we don't cover all of the points in depth enough, or if you feel that there's something interesting being raised and you want to know more about it, we've left a lot of time at the end so we can open it to a Q&A, and if a debate starts happening, all the better, we say. The only piece of guidance, I guess, that I would ask, I would give it at this point is you've got 30 to 40 minutes to start thinking about questions, and if we could kind of like just gently guide you towards asking questions rather than making really grand statements. And that's just because then if people ask questions, then there's enough time for everyone to get involved rather than just one or two people. And for those of you who don't know, Matthew Ingram is renowned for well, many things, but among them it would be being a preeminent music blogger, the brains behind the Dissensus Forum, an electronic musician, and an author. And I just want to say, can we have a round of applause for Matthew, please? Now, so we're kind of in a building here where obviously we're not, but everyone else is wearing masks. I nearly had to cancel coming here because I had a kind of a temporary relapse from my kind of symptoms of having long COVID. I'm sure that literally everyone who's travelled from abroad to get here has had a very interesting experience getting into the country. Everything has changed over the last year and a half, and I know you yourself have had COVID.
That's right, yeah, that's right.
So the first thing that I wanted to talk about before we even get onto the book or psychedelics is how has the last 18 and 19 months given you pause to reflect upon what you've written?
Well, I mean, the book, the publisher said to me, are you sure you want to release a book into this situation where all the printing has stopped and all the media has stopped and no one's releasing books? I say, please just go ahead and let's keep going. So it has sort of happened in the middle of it. For me, the interesting thing was specifically towards the end of, well, in the middle of the lockdown, certainly in the UK, a lot of people were experiencing dream recall. A lot of people were having a lot more intense dreams, and there were a lot of the protest movements suddenly gained a lot of pressure and strength during this period. And I think that the book is essentially an exploration of how the unconscious kind of erupted in the 60s. And so it was very interesting for me to see how with similar, well, with conditions that I could see were similar, which was essentially sensory deprivation. The unconscious could again sort of explode and become, you know, a more public and social thing. So I've seen that process of a lot of unconscious things happening. When I say sensory deprivation, I just mean that that's one of the sort of the conditions in which sort of unconscious determinants can be produced. So that's been interesting.
Did you apply any of your research for the book into recuperating from COVID?
Yes, I did. One interesting thing was that macrobiotics, which is the Japanese food fad of which was very strong in the 60s, looked a lot at concepts of healthy eating, and one thing that macrobiotics talks a lot about is eating cooked food. So if you're recovering from COVID, one of the interesting things is if you actually eat cooked food, and in macrobiotics case, cooked plant food, that can help. It obviously puts a lot less pressure on the body, so it can help. And the other thing that I took from the research as well is obviously I go into forensic depth about meditation and mindfulness. As a younger man, in my 20s or I'm 50 now, I kind of imagine myself fighting an illness like this much more. But I took that classic mindfulness perspective on it of just watching it and bearing with it and just feeling it rather than fighting it, and I think that was very helpful as well.
One of the things that really helped me turn a corner, like if I'd been asked to do this about a year ago, so 6 months after getting COVID, I wouldn't have been able to get on a plane or just even done the work walking from here to from the hotel to the venue. But I was introduced to a number of breathing exercises, like one of them being resonant breathing, and I was kind of quite interested to see that this is really a thing that kind of came to the fore in the counterculture and as part of wellness, isn't it?
Absolutely. And I think you mentioned to me James Nestor, who's someone who'd spoken to you, who's a very serious, a pioneer of modern breathwork. A lot of the book we look into Buddhism. There's two traditions of breath that came to the counterculture, came to the hippie generation through Eastern philosophy, and then a lot of the book is about how ideas from the East came to the West. And there's two traditions essentially. There's the Buddhist tradition, which relates to mindfulness, which is you literally watching your breath, and then there's the Vedic tradition, which is pranayama, which is the technique of breathing in through one nostril. And then breathing out, and then breathing in through the other nostril and breathing out. That's pranayama, which is a more forced technique. So, those there's often this shift. I mean, obviously we have a tendency to roll together all these Eastern ideas, but there are very distinct processes, and that's reflected in meditation techniques as well. But pranayama is a classic way in which, and the Buddhist breathing tradition is a classic way in which that very distinct difference is present. But so I mean, certainly in terms of going through COVID, just watching your breath, not fighting it. There's obviously a lot of writing about breath in those traditions. I don't suppose we want to go into it too deeply.
So what I thought would be actually quite helpful before we actually get into the book is, I'm sure most of us kind of, I think I knew instinctively what wellness was before I read your book, but why don't you give us like a usable working definition of both wellness and counterculture before we move on?
Sure. I mean, wellness, I think we could probably, I think we all probably associate with something quite corporate. Wellness might perhaps be something that your insurance company would be interested in these days. Maybe that's too harsh, but it's the sort of modern, almost post-New Age rebranding of those health ideas. And the idea being with wellness that you're living optimally. I mean, something like Goop is the classic example of a wellness agenda where you're only on this planet for a certain amount of time, and you want to feel as good as you can, and so that's wellness. And I guess one can be naturally, the instinct is to be quite critical of that, and it's not all bad. The countercultural idea of health was more like and this is where the book is almost creates the concept. I mean, it's not really as strong as that, but it was a whole bunch of modalities that didn't really obviously belong together. Meditation, macrobiotic food, anti-psychiatry, the way that psychedelics came out of psychiatry, and flotation tanks and all these things. They didn't really belong together as one big concept, but the aim arguably was different from wellness in that everything that attached to the counterculture has this idea of a higher ethics. I mean, whether that's true or not, I mean, whether that bears breaking down into actual actions, but the idea was that at the heart everybody was interested in the improvement of society, and obviously with wellness that's not the case. It's about the individual's self-improvement and comfort. And the two aren't necessarily contradictory and don't necessarily cancel each other out, but that's the shorthand of it.
And just simply, I guess, like when we're talking about counterculture, we're not talking about counterculture as, say, the CCRU would have been talking about it, but more like a period from the mid-50s encompassing the Beat generation and then the hippie generation that followed it, ending, you saying, about 1975?
75 is definitely the classic cut-off point. Yes.
Well, you give a very good example of this ending.
Yeah, I have a cute example, because obviously the thing about the Beat generation is that it merges almost imperceptibly with hippie generation, and Allen Ginsberg is the classic character who was unquestionably one of the Beats, and then unquestionably central to the hippie thing, and there's people in the middle, like Ken Kesey, who described himself as not being a Beat and not being a hippie. But I always, and equally there are countercultural arguments that say, there's a funny book, a smart book by a guy called Are You Serious, who dates it from Abraham to Acid House as a sort of perennial counterculture. But I take the start of the counterculture as being Ginsberg reading Howl in 1955 or 1956 in San Francisco, and then Bob Dylan throwing Ginsberg off the bill on the Rolling Thunder tour. He's demoted to a driver and bag carrier, which is the kind of the end of the sort of public infatuation with the counterculture. So that's my window, so 55 to 75.
Just for the sake of personal curiosity, this is a huge tome. The bibliography is 37 pages long,
Sorry.
It's a joy to read, but you clearly didn't undertake this lightly. How long did it take you to write, and where does your kind of heavy interest in this subject come from?
No, it took about 3 or 4 years, but I know that that's quite common, I know, for people to writing, and the research hasn't stopped. But for me, I'd written a lot about music. I was very interested in music, but then I got sick about 5-6 years ago. I guess a sort of burnout sort of thing. And then I did a documentary, an animation about vitamin C. And then I started rooting around for my next project. And like all of us, and obsessively project-based, what's the next thing? And I noticed all of these health obviously being a big counterculture fan, I sort of started picking up, oh look, R.D. Laing, he's an anti-psychiatrist. Oh, Timothy Leary, we all knew him from Ashra Temple or wherever. Oh yeah, that's the LSD interest has come from psychiatry. And then the Beatles, which is the big thread running through the book. Oh yeah, Maharishi Yogi, he's TM, transcendental meditation. And so it sort of built and built. And then so when I started writing it, I had all of these things like macrobiotic food. Well, the Beatles, John Lennon was eating macrobiotic food. And I didn't really understand. I was coming from it from the musical, social history kind of perspective. I hadn't really any, went to church as a child, but I didn't really have any sense of the kind of the spiritual aspect of it all. And the process of reading the book was was like a big wake-up call in discovering that aspect and how that tied it all together. Yeah.
Well, I've got a confession to make in that both me and Matt Schultz, we came up with the title for this talk before I'd actually read the book. And like, you know, at one point I kind of realised that, oh, this book's going to end in the mid-70s and neoliberalism doesn't really start until the end of that decade. But actually I was reassured that one of the first things you come across in the book is like quite a bleak kind of statement, which I think says something along the lines of like wellness was a rebranding of suffering. Yeah. And like I wondered if you could just like pick apart that really dark statement for us a little.
Yeah, I mean it's I guess it's just one way of looking at the same coin. And you know, I this is why I'm hesitant to be too cynical about wellness, because you know, a lot of the people who are looking for solutions in wellness are struggling and suffering. And so that's why I said that. What is, again, that I didn't, which I discovered in the research for the book, was the very deeply, and I'm not essentially extremely political person. Of colleagues and friends who have been very political, but the Freudian Marxists of the 60s, so Herbert Marcuse and Norman O'Brien, most especially, they were rewriting Freud. They were rewriting Marxism in the light of Freud. Freud's slightly frowned upon now. But that was their big fascination, and both, especially Norman O'Brien, who was one of Jim Morrison's favourites, Love's Bodies, interesting 60s book, I think immediately saw the spiritual dimension of that. Freud throws off a lot of things that are, you know, not necessarily coherent. But he has some absolutely splendid ideas, and one of Freud's ideas, the Freudian Marxists were really into, was this thing of the polymorphous perverse, which might be the sort of the undergirder for a lot of retreat. It's the idea that as we form our egos, at the same time, I think there's a kind of our sexual response as an infant is more like a sort of a generalized, and this is what they meant by polymorphous perverse, you know, all round, all body, you know, sensory response. It's almost like a sense of gratitude for being. And so there's a explicitly socialist dimension to the ideas in retreat. To try and get at this quickly, around 1975, a lot of the ideas that were being kicked around in the counterculture turned into, you know, the foundational ideas of wellness. So, for instance, in 1975, we have there's a famous book called The Relaxation Response by a guy called Herbert Benson, which took the ideas of transcendental meditation and turned them into a kind of Bob and Jean Anderson wrote a book called Stretching, which took the ideas of yoga and turned them into a, you know, again, a secularized version of yoga, which is sort of where we are with wellness. And finally, I think of interest to John and a lot of us is that something like Brian Eno's Discrete music came out in 1975, which was again a secularized idea of the spiritual aspects of minimalism. So there was this big current of a kind of reclaiming, cleaning up that happened at that time, and that propels us into you know, the modern era essentially.
I must admit, there's one thing that, well, there's one of many things that the book does brilliantly, and I'd always kind of had it at the back of my head, wondering about the kind of round shape and the square hole, as it were, of like the idea of wellness and mental well-being and physical well-being, and the beatniks in particular. I guess probably because of like a misspent childhood and a misspent youth. Like I was always thinking of this generation in terms of Jack Kerouac's poor distended liver, you know, William Burroughs in a motel room in Tangier sweating out his last fix or whatever, or even somebody like Charles Bukowski, not exactly the world's most healthiest people.
Not at all.
Yeah, but you actually paint quite clearly how the beats and the idea of wellness come together.
Yes, I mean, the real binding thing is that, especially, you know, led by Ginsberg, they're all therapy junkies. I mean, they're obsessed with Freud, Jung, and obviously Reich. I mean, Ginsberg tried to get himself analysed by Wilhelm Reich, and he got a second generation, you know, one of Reich's lieutenants essentially. And obviously Ginsberg was fascinated by psychedelics. You know, traveling off to South America to try Yage. I mean, this is obviously a long time before, you know, ayahuasca is, you know, widely known. And obviously the aspect of meditation. I mean, Gary Snyder, who another key beat figure, and Kerouac's The Dharma Bums, you know, obviously show how, you know, meditation and the ideas of meditation, which is obviously central to wellness, were their preoccupations.
So it seems to be like the book covers, it goes from one flashpoint to the next flashpoint to another flashpoint. It's really exhilarating, but one that really stands out as being like a completely pivotal moment is when Frank Barron, an associate of Timothy Leary's at Harvard, gives psilocybin pills to Ginsberg and his boyfriend Peter Orlovsky, and after a hard night of tripping balls, Ginsberg resurfaces completely naked apart from his glasses and announces himself the Messiah, and says he must spread this experience to the entire world. And what happens next is the most important thing. It's Timothy Leary's decision that actually he's right rather than...
That's right, and because as John's alluding, Aldous Huxley his plan was to keep it to the elite, and I think Ginsberg blows the roof off that. Ginsberg wants everyone to have it. Interestingly, Ginsberg had actually taken LSD before that. Psilocybin is usually seen as being the less strong drug. He'd actually taken LSD with the CIA. In Menlo Park. So he'd actually had probably stronger experiences, but I'm not exactly sure why. I think it was just the sheer bonhomie of the whole thing. He was a wonderfully generous character in spirit. And, you know,
notoriously snide FBI acid.
Yeah, yes, probably wasn't. So I think they strapped him down as well. So I think the setting can't have been optimal.
Yeah. But this leads us to something that I'd actually never considered before, and it's like, you know, we all know here that the road to hell is kind of paved with utopian sentiment, but nonetheless, you know, you can't help but feeling that Timothy Leary's heart was probably in the right place, but you give him short shrift at this point in the book and actually compare him to Charles Manson.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much love for Leary, but he did leave an absolute trail of destruction. I spoke to Stanislav Grof, who's one of the famous LSD psychotherapists, and he's still exasperated by what Leary did to the whole thing. And I think that, you know, in some respects, you know, the outlawing of psychedelics probably had more to do with Leary than anybody else. I mean, there were more renegade people. Obviously, Ken Kesey threw setting out the window. That was the whole thing about the electric Kool-Aid acid test. It's basically an inversion of the developed psychiatric protocol. It's like, we're going to fry your brains. We're going to put it in a punch, and we're going to do it in the most unsuitable conditions. So while Sidney Cohen, who's one of the first generation LSD psychotherapists, is criticizing Leary, Leary's criticizing Kesey's. There's always somebody more unreasonable. But there's a moment where Leary ends up in jail. It's kind of reached his bottom thing. I think they put him in the basement in the jail, and he gets a message from his cellmate beside him, and he's sent a package of books. One of them is, I think, Sayings of the Buddha, and it's from Charlie Manson, who says, "Yeah, I knew you'd always end up here." So I always think that puts him in Manson's bracket.
Yeah, I mean, I agree, really, and it almost feels like we're only just starting to recover from his mistakes now, certainly in the field of kind of like psychedelic research.
That's right. I mean, there's a great comment. There's almost a forgiving comment from Humphrey Osmond, who is one of the, which I actually ran past Stan Groff, who said, Osmond said, I think in this giant tome he wrote, Hallucinogens, saying, looking at Leary's Leary's conduct, said, well, at least no one's going to forget about it now. Do you know what I mean? It's okay. No one's going to forget about psychedelics. They might have been banned, but so I guess you could be a bit more forgiving towards him.
So it feels like at the start of the 60s, you've got this potential for kind of like acid or other psychedelics to be used in a therapeutical kind of context, and that if I've got this right, this cleaves into two separate kind of things. And one's psycholytic, which is a relatively small dose to be used in a kind of a therapy session, and the other one is the psychedelic dose, which is supposed to be completely overwhelming, with the idea of dissolution of the ego and to having some form of profound spiritual encounter. And I just wanted to know, was there any sense, at the time, was there any consensus over which was the best course to go down, or has there been any kind of resolution over which of those things?
I think that today there's obviously a massive explosion in interest in the potential of psychedelics in therapy, and the Stan Groff is. It was actually a British man, Ronald Sanderson, who was the kind of almost the pioneer of psychoactive, because he was a Jungian therapist, and he took LSD and he used it in the process of analytical psychology. I mean, Jung despised LSD and despised the idea of it, but and it was lucky that Sanderson never met him by all accounts. But Stan Groff took that idea and ran with it and made it most famous as you correctly point out, psycholytic therapy, where you have, I think probably 200 or thereabouts micrograms, and along with a session of, 40 therapy sessions, and you work slowly through the layers. You peel back the onion until you get, you discover the complexes, you resolve stuff. And then Osmond who was using psychedelic therapy, was mainly to try and cure alcoholics. So today, the idea is broadly to Stan Groff is like the patron saint of maps, which is Rick Doblin. Stan Groff is Rick Doblin's hero. They've just published Stan Groff's massive 2-volume Way of the Psychonaut book just a couple of years ago, or a year ago now. And so Stan Groff's ideas of how therapy integrates with psychedelics is the way they want to go. But that's been confused by more recent players in the corporadelic, which is only a word, neologism I only just came across very recently, who see the value of psychedelics as being to speed up therapy. And so, I think they'd probably be urging it towards a larger dose.
But I mean, just to be clear, like the psycholytic dose and the microdose are different, aren't they?
Yes, the microdose, which is, roughly first more or less defined by James Fadiman, who's one of the 60s pioneers. He first started talking about the microdose in his guide to, I can't remember exactly the time of the book, it came out in 2011. And that's about 10, well, I think that it's slightly open to interpretation, but it's about between 10 and 20 micrograms. So 10 and 20 micrograms, microdose, 200 micrograms, or 200, I suppose 300 is a standard dose. And then in the 60s, they were taking a lot more. And then there's obviously legends of the dose that Ram Dass gave Neem Karoli Baba in India, the guru. I think he supposedly took 700 micrograms, but it goes up and up, so yeah.
So I mean, on paper, I can look at the idea of meditation and the idea of taking a profound dose of LSD as being an analog of one another, in that you're kind of dissolving the self, destroying the ego, and kind of opening up, your id or whatever. But in practice, they're very, very extremely different, or like to me at least. But there's the kind of sense that like acid culture leads to meditation culture, and is that kind of fair? Or?
Absolutely. Well, definitely, it made the receptive one receptive to the other. I mean, I think it's not unfair to compare using a mala or to microdosing, something like that. That bhakti, what the Hindus call bhakti yoga, that sort of slow build of high, it is comparison. But yeah, there's a difference. I think where you get into a comparison that is meaningful is in the realms of sensory deprivation. So when you have, for instance, these total darkness retreats, there's a guy currently, a Qigong master, who talks about it a lot. I mean, we're getting quite into areas of woo-woo, but the total darkness retreat, when you're locked away for a week or a couple of weeks in total, you will have an experience like a DMT trip, in that you will see light, your ego will be completely destroyed, well, dissolved momentarily, certainly, but you have to get quite far. But the tail end of your question there, how the 60s, I mean, the most obvious example is the Beatles, where they all got burnt out on LSD, and they when they joined up with Mahesh Maharishi Yogi, the advert on the bottle said, this will do the same for you as LSD, and a lot of people moved away from psychedelics into meditation, almost exactly at that point, looking for the same kinds of things.
I wanted to touch briefly on kind of like, because you talk a lot about how different forms of psychoanalysis have kind of come in and out of fashion, or maybe fallen in and out of favour, I should say, like over the years. And for somebody of like my dad's generation, they would have turned around and been dismissive of all forms of psychotherapy without deigning to learn anything about it. And his answer would have been to say, well, psychotherapists are all mad. They're the ones who need the help. And then you want to disagree, but then you read this book and you're like, well, you get reminded of like the biography of somebody like Hardy Lang or Wilhelm Reich, and you think, bloody hell, my dad is completely right, really.
Yeah.
So like, these kind of, is there any way to unpick the idea that to make these kind of like huge leaps forward, you do need kind of maverick figures, don't you? But
absolutely. I think that for me, through the research that I did in the book, and I think this is I find it a useful tool to thinking about the thing. I think that there's definitely I tend to look at everything being on this incline between what I call the self, which is this kind of essentially quite a Vedic idea of how ego dissolution, spirituality, that sense of the sense of oneness that people often talk about, feeling spontaneously or through drugs. That's on the one hand. On the other side is the ego, which I think of as being much more healthy. Generally, I think there's an unhealthy ego, but there's a healthy ego, and there's those two inclines of kind of, the one end is sort of dissolution, and on the one end integration. So I have a schema that I go back to again and against, like the kind of spine of the book, of the integral, which is that kind of coalescence, and the etheric. And I think that the thread of a lot of these therapists is that they're interested in dissolution. They're interested in the etheric. I think it's a real thing, but how practical and useful it is in everyday life. And this is why I'm not necessarily pro psychedelics, because I think, if you're in such a terrible state through alcoholism, or for instance, through fear of death. I know a lot of people have been using psychedelics very profitably in, dealing with cancer. I think then you have a case where if you dissolve the ego and then you come back, you have the chance of the ego reforming it in a healthy shape. But just as that thing of dissolution in itself being a good thing, which is the 60s idea, I don't agree with, no.
I'm kind of quite aware that the time's moving on, so I thought we should definitely deal with the kind of neoliberal, the word neoliberalism. Obviously, the book does end in about 1975, so we have this kind of, I guess like everyone in this room has got is aware of the idea that there is a deep problem with people using tools such as kind of meditation or CBT and microdosing small amounts of psychedelic drugs purely to make themselves less stressed out so they can be a shinier cog in a machine and be more proficient at work. Now, I wanted to say for the record that I'm not pointing any fingers. I'm certainly as guilty of this as anyone else. I'm a chronic recovering alcoholic, and I've thrown all of my energies into work over the last 13 years. Work is my therapy, and over more recent years, as I'm getting on a bit, I have started taking to doing breathing exercises, which is an analogue of meditation, and also to microdosing, or maybe it's more like psycholytic dosing, I believe. But on paper, I'm kind of doing this so I can work longer hours, and this is a problem, really, isn't it?
Yeah, and I think this goes back to the point which I think I've tried to make, which is that I don't feel so cynical about that aim. I mean, one of the nice things about the 60s attitude to health and wellness is you could almost pick it up from Gandhi's ideas that, it starts with you. And right the way through, all the people that I interviewed of that 60s generation, they all took the view that, as Maharishi Yogi said, if there's going to be a green forest, you have to, be the green tree yourself. So obviously that's problematic for the critics of neoliberalism. And also I see that perspective whereby they're saying, well, neoliberalism, it puts all the impetus on the individual to solve these problems, which are society's problems. But I guess there's something in it, maybe there's some middle ground in that. I think that we can all do things that improve our mental health and our sense of well-being. One of the things that came through the book, through the research that I found, and it's something that's actually very big in Freud and Jung, and especially Adler, is the idea that, and actually it's there in Foucault. And Foucault writes about Pinel and Touca, who are the early French asylums. What they did in those asylums was police good behavior and police high morals in their patients. So the idea, Foucault's critique of of psychoanalysis was that it obscured that fact that all that was really going on was that people were actually learning to be nicer to each other and behave themselves and behave in an equitable way to each other. So I always come away with things that one of the best things that one can do for one's mental health is to be kind to other people and nice to other people. So I guess I'm in a reasonably confused position with all that. I certainly don't take the stark neoliberal perspective on it. I like to think that there are things about the 60s project with regards to personal politics that, that aren't just necessarily damaging and that aren't just an oversight.
While we're problematizing the kind of idea of wellness, I wanted to talk very briefly about cultural appropriation. And just it's interesting to go back to the 60s and 70s and look at all of these kind of philosophies through that kind of prism. Like in 2014, I had a work-related nervous breakdown, and in a moment of kind of like absolute panic, I started like a kind of a group email chain where I was like, I really, really I can't afford therapy. I really, really need to start meditating. Can somebody recommend somewhere that I can go immediately and have it not break the bank? And a well-meaning friend got back to me and said, actually, I think you'll find that meditation doesn't belong to you as a white man, and what you should probably do is think about boxing. And I was like, I'm not sure that boxing is what I need right now. But it's certainly a lot of the ideas that were kind of like the cutting edge in the late 60s through to the early 70s, they wouldn't wash today, would they really?
Well, I think it's softer than that in a sense that one of the things that was, it's easy to look at that era in terms of cultural appropriation, but the first thing is really what we see is a bunch of extremely ambitious and intelligent Japanese, Indians, treating America as a market for their ideas. I mean, Mahesh Maharishi Yogi, he said, if I try and break transcendental meditation in India, it's going to take me 200 years. So I'm going to go to America and do it. And likewise, D.T. Suzuki came from Japan to America. No one asked him to go there. There was this thing and Vivekananda went to the Conference of World Religions in Chicago in the 1890s. These people were brilliant proselytizers. Even Chogyam Trungpa, who's a deeply problematic character we talk about in the book. He escaped from the Chinese occupation of Tibet, and let's not forget that the West isn't the only colonial interest. So he escaped Tibet. First of all, he went to Britain, but then he again saw the draw of the big market, and there's a list as long as your arm of gurus and shopping their wares. I mean, I think 1975 is an interesting cut-off point where everyone goes, okay, come on, we can do this ourselves. But certainly in the countercultural era, I think appropriation is not really a fair charge to level at them. Even if you look at something like Edward Said's Orientalism, it's a stick that's used to beat a lot of people with. But in Orientalism, he does make the distinction between, for instance, a Western study of Tolstoy's early literature organized by a foundation on the one hand, and on the other, a study of Soviet energy generation, over the next 5 years. So, even in Said, there is a distinction. He doesn't labor it, obviously, because that was his position. But, I'm a great believer in cultural exchange, and so I think your friend was unfair of you to tell you to go boxing.
Just to end on a more positive note, like when you look around at the kind of culture today, where do you see the most positive aspects of kind of the wellness of the Beats and the hippie generation?
Oh, that's a good question. I haven't really thought about it. I mean, it's hard to be honest. You know, one thinks of apps, which is just not a good thing. I think that I definitely feel like a sense of, there's a sense within the current social generation and culture that spirituality is okay. I mean, our generation, I mean, you know, I come from that same kind of 80s, early 90s era. It was definitely something that we were very uncomfortable with, and you know, I know in correspondence, you said you essentially reach for your revolver when somebody says "chi," you know, and I feel as cynical.
But by the same token, in the 21st century, I had to come out as not being an atheist. Do you know what I mean?
Right. Yes.
Because people just assume that you are, you know.
Right. Exactly. And so I think that actually that receptiveness to, I mean, that was Jung's big thing, was that Western society has lost its gods, and that's the problem. You know, it's that link that, you know, that connects the the phantasmal and the fictional and the everyday life has been broken, and that people need to, you know, invest in these archetypes, and that is the answer to our mental health problems. But I think I definitely see, and that was something that the counterculture was a big rush on. That it was like a big push on that idea, helped by psychedelics in many respects. And I think that I definitely get a sense that people are more open to spirituality as an idea, whatever form it takes. You know, whether it's, you know, just being in the wilderness or so I think that's a good thing that I can see. It doesn't have an obvious connection to that era, but I feel that there is a connection.
Okay, does anybody have any questions for Matthew? And it can be about like anything we've touched on, anything in this kind of subject in general, or if just you have a specific question for Matthew.
Yeah. I would like to ask you about this idea maybe of dissolution again. Come back to the idea of dissolution, because there was this key.
Can we just give you this microphone? Sorry.
There was this key figure, Werner Erhard. You definitely know him. He was, you know, one of the Werner Erhard, founder of the Erhard Institute.
Yes,
who collaborated with a lot of artists, etc. And he had this idea that, you know, he got through psychedelics, that you know, understand that when you dissolve the ego, you can now create. Yeah, you can create everything absolutely what you want. And this is and then there was this kind of a secularized version, for his productive version of, it was already a productive version of counterculture.
The EST process.
Yes, exactly. And I would like to ask you if this kind of idea is also present in modern wellness, in any key, I don't know, trends, yes, or that's around now.
Absolutely. I mean, I think where it's present, or is a very good question. With the new ideas around, well, not the new ideas around psychedelics. I mean, I think that what they are trying to do, the likes of MAPS and, you know, more nuanced, more difficult, organizations like Compass Pathways and Atai Life Sciences, and I don't know if you know this nexus around this man, Christian Angermeyer. I think that they are trying to, that angle, that idea of, and it was R.D. Laing was, you know, again, that was his big thing. Of this, and Jung would describe it as the individuation process, where the ego dissolves and then it comes back together and reforms. That's what the cutting edge of LSD psychiatry wants to try and achieve, and it's just whether that is achievable within the structures that they want. And whether, my view is whether it's not, I think that EST worked probably extremely well. I know that older friends of mine, I know went through the process. I think it was very powerful. And I think that, EST was great in a way because it was a reasonably short course. You packed a lot into it, whereby, with Jungian therapy, it's expensive. There's a lot of sessions. So I think that maybe there are going to be more, other hybrids. I mean, something like holotropic breathwork, which is Stan Groff's more recent thing, where you do what the Indians called Bhastrika yoga, where you deeply breathe really, really fast, really, really quickly, and the lack of oxygen, you create kind of hallucinations, and that reaches these levels very quickly. I think that there's just whether it's safe or not, I don't know, but I think it's whether, I would like to see, techniques that emerge that didn't involve drugs of any kind. And I think total darkness, and sensory deprivation, I'd be interested in seeing therapies that, use that as a technique to get to those same spaces, because I think it's safer. And I think the thing about, sorry, I'm going to wrap it up, but I think the thing about psychedelics is like a little bit like a bungee jump into those spaces. You get in, and then in one respect, it's what's good about it, because you get back safely in one piece. Whereas the other processes can be more complicated, putting yourself back together. But yeah, I mean, maybe that answers your question.
Anyone else? Yep.
I have a question, because I think probably you mentioned this in your book, but I haven't read it yet. I had today a talk with my friend here about some psychological research on the question of spirituality and the case of being the self-spirituality and its connection to narcissism in the modern society. Do you perceive it also as a problem? So, we have more self-oriented people, more self-aware, more spiritual people. And then you have this, I think it's counterproductive for, social goals that we want to achieve.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's a very hot space. I mean, someone like the term that I always find quite interesting is Jung's term, inflation. He would say that someone who had psychedelics would experience inflation, which is this kind of where the spirituality can become quite selfish, essentially, and kind of build the ego up in a difficult way. So I think that the trick is, and this is why, sorry, to go to Jung again, why, or even someone like Henry James, who wrote this book, The Varieties of Spiritual Experience, I think it's called, which is one of these kind of foundational earlier texts, earlier than the counterculture. His view was that of all the religions, Christianity and Buddhism were the safest because they had some kind of sense of, realism and also, suffering, some acknowledgement of suffering. And certainly you see it in things like the Vedanta in the Hindu religions, as well as around psychedelics, in that people can become quite inflated, and spirituality can be, problematic. And so I think it's that keeping the best thing and the best leavening thing. And in fact, if you find yourself in a very kind of dematerialized, etheric state, I think the best way back is that thing of compassion and understanding other people's feelings and looking after the people around you. Adler, the psychotherapist, he was very strong. That was pretty much his whole shtick, was that, he would say to all his patients who were depressed, okay, you go away, you go away and just be nice to people for a month, and then come back and tell me you're still depressed. So I think that's the great way through that, and certainly that's something that in the 60s they completely lost touch with. They all went way off to the moon, way off into these kind of etheric spaces.
We've got time for another couple, if anyone has a question. I'm gonna say, are you sure? Yeah. Oh, in the nice coil top at the front here.
Yeah, hi. I want to ask, you said about psychedelics that it's like bungee jumping, basically. What about other substances that you could like gradually increase, that have like more of like a potential for like gradually increasing the dosage, so that you're rather deep diving deeper and deeper? How about that?
Yeah, I mean, I think I have to be careful because I can sound often overly negative about psychedelics, and people have very precious experiences on them, and people have wonderful transformative experiences on psychedelics. I mean, so the book is, I think I try and stay open to that, but I'm probably not open enough. Everybody I spoke to from the 60s whose experiences of psychedelics, none of them had anything bad to say about them. They all were like, this is wonderful, changed my life. But these guys, obviously, you have to remember, were all health guys. They were all interested in health, so maybe that had some effect on how it turns out. But your question about the bungee jump analogy, I guess in some respects, there's a way that this is the microdosing. It's not something I would endorse, but perhaps there's an aspect there of the thing. But one of the early there was I can't remember his name actually, but he was Walter Pankey, who was Timothy Leary's assistant. He was who wrote one of the first studies of. I think he wrote up the Mars Chapel experiment, where they all took a placebo and LSD and went to a church, and which one is going to have the spiritual experience, or sort of, as though you weren't going to be able to tell which person had had a massive dose of LSD in the chapel. He was like, oh, well, we can forget all the stuff, all the Christian mystics and everything, because we can just take, a dose now. But I always think that what that missed was that the conditions that the mystics, the renunciation of attachments, and to get into those, for instance, or the intense prayer, or the sensory deprivation, all of these things that are the key components of the psychedelic experience within spirituality, in a sense that you can have those experiences without LSD. None of them are you can't really shortcut them. But if you do, for instance, avoid those attachments, you'll find that your body starts to compensate for them. And if you do, practice those techniques that are quite like sensory deprivation, I think you do find yourself going along those paths. And I think that the idea that if you could microdose, or you could take a smaller drug, that you wouldn't have that bungee jump experience, you'd still be missing out the techniques, the things that you'd have to sacrifice, and the measures that you'd have to make to go along that path in a normal way. So I think it seems like a nice idea. I don't have a problem in many respects with the bungee jump thing. In some respects it's safe. It gives people, again, I'm not endorsing it, but I think it can give people an orientation to those things. So I think that, to say the psychedelic experience is wrong, I wouldn't say that, but it's just finding a place for it, I think. Yeah.
I think that takes us up to 4 o'clock, and I just wanted to say, first of all, if you haven't had the pleasure, please get a copy of Retreat, How the Counterculture Invented Wellness by Matthew Ingram, which is out on the Always Fabulous Repeater books. And thanks very much for coming down, and, well, enjoy the rest of your festival.
Thank you very much, everyone.
There we go. All right, I'm on. Sound good? Yeah? Cool. Well, I guess I'll get started. Hello, everyone. I'm Sam Rolfus. I'm happy to be back. I was here a few years ago, kind of going over some of the basics that I'll be going over, rehashing a little bit today, but expanding on a little bit more. I am also apologies for the flickering. I mean, once we get into it, like, there's so much stuff glitching that it's not gonna make a difference anyway. I am a digital performance artist, I guess you could say. I'll get into all the stuff that I do with my brother and my team and stuff, but today I wanted to not only kind of go over the tools and kind of practices that I have kind of come across or have been developing over the last few years with regards to real-time performance and things of that nature, VR, mocap, stuff like that. Going over those kind of mechanics and how it's progressed a little bit since the last time I was here. But also kind of roughly on theme with the deep authentic theme. How, a big focus of mine has been how do you lay the groundwork for an audience that doesn't come from the same like, for lack of a better term, like underground experimental context. How do you do work that is personal to you, that has a broader appeal, or not even necessarily appeal, but like can communicate outside of one's own micro niche, since more and more we are atomized into these kind of like individual consumers, monads of, you know, whatever scene you're in. And so, and I find that to be like a really important question for, you know, experimentalists or anybody who would like to do something that's not just playing to the system. And as I'll kind of get into roughly, I think playing to the system to a certain extent is, there are a lot of mechanics that experimentalists, avant-garde people, whatever, there's a lot of utility in that, but kind of mapping out some initial strategies, or at least how I've begun starting to understand it, and then kind of explaining it spatially a little bit, because it's, you know, as you'll see, I get a little scatterbrained, but it's much easier if I can just like point to that area over there in 3D world and be like, that place over there. So here, let me see if this laser thing, I wanted like a big splashy intro, so here, yeah. Did I have sound? Wait, there should be lasers. Come on. Oh, please. Oh, I wanted the lasers. Oh, there are. No, there's not. Well, all right. In any case, so as you can see, there are a couple of kind of main tools that we use, and that I'll be using on Friday with Danielle Harl for the horrorcore experience, and that is obviously motion capture. You can see we've got a wireless system that just works based off of like electromagnetic sensors and stuff like that, tracks the body, obviously, and then there are a lot of things you can do from that I'll get into a little bit. I'm not trying to get too in the weeds, because I want to leave some time for questions and stuff. But in any case, we've got that, and then of course we've got the VR controls, not just the VR camera, but VR puppeting, which I've been using as like an explaining device. Oh, I don't like that spotlight thing, so like, you know, I'm gonna change that. So I'm not bothering y'all the entire time. I'm gonna turn that light down because that's gonna be so annoying. And this is, you're getting a glimpse into what will be happening backstage right before my set, because I'm gonna wanna decide to like add some new thing. So in any case, what I'm using right now is Unreal, which is a game engine. It's become, since I've been using it, it's now become this whole big thing. You know, the metaverse, they've taken control of that kind of marketing term. Oh, it might just be the light. Oh, it wasn't even a spotlight. All right, in any case, this is done in Unreal Engine. It is like right now, kind of like the favorite engine of game artists and art people over the last few years. Increasingly, have been kind of getting into it. I like it because I came from a painting background. Well, here, let's go into the contextual hallway. Let me open this up. Oh, my thing's not gonna be triggering. How funny. All right, well, that was supposed to open up like a garage door. Let's see if this triggers. There we go. Well, these are working. Let's walk into the hall of context. Okay, so here, just laid out some of our work. Seems like a few things are not exactly playing, maybe in addition to the sound, but I'll start just walking through some of the stuff. So started out with still media, sculptural stuff, doing things with very much with it. So all this is oftentimes situated within the music world, oftentimes within the like experimental music world, whatever context that is, which brings me here today, or the fashion world, things like that. But you know, album covers, you know, fashion things, videos for Danny Elfman. We did the Dawn of Chromatica cover most recently, fashion things of that nature. Runway things. You'll notice a lot of, here, maybe I'll be able to see this better. There we go, that's great. I'll watch with y'all. A lot of, that's a little blown out on this, but anyway. Sculptural, kind of painterly things. That's where my brother and I started out. Kind of semi-improvisational, responding, like, it's basically sculpting with digital clay and kind of like responding to kind of what came from it. A lot of portraitures, you can tell. And from there, a lot of more narrative and persona building and things of that nature kind of came from that, and especially when we started getting into Unreal, because it let me kind of take this painterly, semi-improvisational, kind of like in the moment thing, where, wait, oh, the sound is playing. That was my music. That was a music video. Where did that come from? It's not even playing. How funny. In any case, so coming from a kind of like improvisational background, building things out and kind of responding to the space. So typically, as you'll see, I've designed this whole thing spatially. All the videos we've done are pretty spatially designed. Here, I'll start playing some of them. Let's go to the next. I've mostly gotten these skits. What I'm going to be talking about more, maybe a little bit more, are these kind of more kind of one-off little skits and animations we've done for social media and stuff like that. Things that are kind of like political in nature, things where I'm, you know, making fun of, you know, genre kind of format satire primarily. Oftentimes, this was a Fact magazine series, oftentimes working within the boundaries of the format, like making it a fake game trailer, making it a, you know, a fake Let's Play, oftentimes being forced to be in, it's weird how slow, how choppy that's going, whatever. Forced to be within kind of like a gaming or video game context or something like that, partially just because that's like the natural place that that 3D is often found, because as I'll kind of get into it, finding a kind of groundwork for the audience, or a base reality for the audience where they kind of, it's not just such a huge jump to like what is all this crazy 3D stuff, is really important for selling it. That is so choppy. You know what? Here, I'm gonna play it off of my downloads. What's a good one? Let's play. Here we go. Here's one I did before it was like back in 2016, something like that. It was a satire of. I was not a huge fan of Biden. I was a Bernie person. Oh, here we go. I'm not outputting the sound right, and it refuses to. All right. Well, in any case, it is playing on my VR headset. So more kind of little one-off 1-minute skits have been a bit of a stepping stone for me to start to explore more narrative and start to explore things that are outside of just a base music context. But how you actually set that up and how you establish a kind of ground reality for the audience to kind of like buy into, I think is the biggest hurdle. So things like that, things like, you know, our video for Lady Gaga, a lot of like, you know, we've done a lot of work just through puppeting. All these different characters were puppeted. We'll go into this scene in a minute. But all these characters were puppeted live, choreographed live. I built out the spaces in VR. I've been kind of like, I was not really a big fan of like VR sculpting and stuff until I realized that it was really good for spatial design. So I started sculpting the spaces in VR, and as we're doing now, kind of walking through them, and really realizing that a big benefit of this kind of practice is kind of finding what the performance is, what the narrative is, what the jokes are in the moment, and responding to them. Our first few videos were many of the videos you have kind of a base context of like roughly what's going to happen. You kind of know where you're going to go. I know that I'm going to go through here, and we're going to have where we have a motion capture performer or something like that, or there's some sort of puppeted thing. But I don't really know where it's going or what's going to happen until we kind of built it out spatially and start responding to the environment. And oftentimes, and as we'll do on Friday, having a performer to kind of bounce off of in the moment as well, and having just a broad tool set where you have all these real-time tools that kind of can respond to whatever you're kind of feeling in the moment, allows it to be a lot more organic. So that's the kind of, that's the base, that's the context for our stuff, that's the kind of things we do. The puppetry, as I kind of showed a little bit of, has been a fun, here, let me get into the sensor range, a fun way to break out of a little bit out of the motion capture, the rigidity of motion capture, because I find motion capture is very cool, but oftentimes it can be kind of limiting. It can be, it's very one-to-one, and it can help with establishing like again a base reality. Like if you have a contorted, weird like creature or character or something like that, having it move very directly humanly is a good place to start. But going from there and starting to kind of expand on that with the different tools that, and finding more ways to kind of express kind of more cartoonish or other kind of digital expressions have been where we've been kind of going with it. And you'll see, I mean, obviously I've got all the different, I will set up these controllers with all sorts of inputs depending on the character. Like this one's pretty basic, it's just a person, but I'll have it set up with the mouth, expressions, and oftentimes, much like when you're setting up a real-time environment to perform in, the way in which you rig up a character for movement and the way you rig it up to be puppeted, really, you get a lot of unexpected results come from it. A lot of character comes from it. So you much like starting with a performance base, with a character, you might have an idea of where it's going to go, but it's not until you're like in the 3D room with them functionally, and you can see how they move around. This one's not moving great right now, but you kind of start to get a sense of their character and the potential of the scene. So, all that to say, we've developed these tools. Last time I was here, House of Kenzo and Rabbit, and it was very one-to-one in terms of like motion capture. Character on screen does this, and then there were certain elements of puppeting, but we hadn't really started to break into more kind of like expressive puppeting or things like that, and certainly not narrative or kind of like specific cues. And I feel like that is one of the more promising. Here, I'm going to pause this because I'm hearing coming through my headset. It's one of the more promising aspects I've been finding is in the narrative building, because I've kind of hit a wall to a certain extent with music videos, honestly, as I'll kind of get into down there. The way that I've been attempting to bridge the gap between my practice and where I want it to be, basically reconstructing an art practice within an existing industry, has been through music, has been through fashion, through existing consumer industries that have like built-in publicity cycles. They have a topic, they have a person, they have an interest, they have a fan base, things like that, which you would you would want for your practice for yourself. But in lieu of like a place for this type of work to go otherwise, and just because I'm interested in it performatively and musically, but generally our work has gone that direction out of necessity, because it does, you can tell a lot of our stuff increasingly these days with the skits and stuff is getting a little bit more understandable, but a lot of it is contorted and abstracted and collaged. And to partially, having a physically grounded tool set, like mocap, or even as shaky as it is, the VR cam, does ground it. It feels human in a specific way. Like you can, there are a lot of very good, or pretty good camera shake simulators for different 3D programs, but they don't necessarily have the same physics, of movement, and certainly not if you're like, when I'm choreographing in a space. Let's keep moving. I'm choreographing in space, like it really is, oftentimes I'm the cameraman as well. I'll perform as one of the characters, or we'll have the musician or the dancer, whomever, perform, and then I will respond to them in 3D, oftentimes in the headset or something like that. Sometimes live, that's what I'll be doing Friday. But a lot comes from that, but as intense as it can be, a lot of it is grounded because of this just base physicality of like feeling like it comes from something human. It's something knowable, and that was like the first step into starting to try and figure out a strategy for audience context, basically. And so here, let's keep moving. Let's move into the context collapse point. So up until now, it's all been, you know, music. It's been different explorations of movement and, you know, taking a one-to-one human representation, like a body, and then adding, for example, other bodies attached to it. You know, can you choreograph a whole scene of a flock of characters flying around based off of one performer's movement? You know, can you have the whole environment shift with them? Can you have it all breathe together? Those have been some strategies for getting it all to be understandable in kind of like a human way, and have it be kind of contextualized from one specific origin point. But it's all, you know, going from just this base music context of like music videos, promo material, live stuff. That's been kind of a like pretty you know, solid footing, where people can, at the very least, people can appreciate for what it is, like a representation of the music or something like that. But then as we've been getting into more narrative stuff, you know, things on live stream performances, more comedic narrative stuff, that's where it really becomes far more dependent on the platform, and then the specific kind of like structure of the platform, and then how do we guide the audience to where we're at using those reference points to that platform. So anyway, I've kind of got it laid out visually down here. So let's go down into, let's see, what did I put for the level change button? That looks like it was work. Okay, now we're all going to cross our fingers and hope it loads and doesn't crash. Big moment. Big moment. I have faith. It's been going all right. Let's see how I'm doing on time. Okay, cool. Okay, so this is one of the levels that I designed for that Lady Gaga thing that I showed earlier. But this is the my initial like attempt at laying out a structure. Here we've got even a new puppet that has some new functionality. So I can wait. I have to press this and then then I can draw stuff. Yes, excellent. Okay. Okay, so the way I've been trying to think of it spatially, like visually, is as it relates to platforms, not just like platform capitalism, but platform context, platform structure. Let me get into the censor place. Is that, so let's say that all of these are platforms, right? They all have their own built-in inherent structure, like the UI, the way in which people interact on it, specifically the types of work that will generate profit for the platform itself, obviously, like that the value of a work on a platform is not anything other than just will it keep up engagement. And so that determines the type, like, you know, that's half the reason why I'm making 1-minute clips that are square. Like, if I thought that I was going to be doing that 10 years ago, I'd jump off a bridge. But so that's kind of like that's established. You can't. There's only so much you can do with that there, and then these glowing things are kind of like the way that I'm kind of like thinking of audience context, like generated culture within those spaces, right? So they're generated within it. They can kind of push the platform around a little bit. It can kind of alter the trajectory slightly, but largely it's immovable. They don't care about the types of work that goes on there. Sometimes it responds to it, but broadly not. And so the way I've been trying to think of it is that at least say we want to create our own thing, ideally, something that is not entirely dependent on a platform, an existing market or whatever, whether that's through Web3, whether that's through, whatever the method of actually doing it is. I'm just trying to think of just contextually, the hope is to lay out like stepping stones. So grabbing, okay, so remember the glowing things are like content, or like the references. So like, trends, memes. We're talking about memes, like trends, ways in which people interact with the platform, aesthetic trends, like or certain formats. Definitely with like TikTok, like a trend every week is one of these things. So if you're trying to establish something outside of that, but that still has a dialogue that people can come to, the way that I've been trying to think of it is grabbing structural elements of that, contextual elements, and laying them out like stepping stones to a more self-determined space. And I'm trying to think how to phrase that in a better way. Basically, utilizing, using genre parody, format parody, satire, things like that, or at least just contextual references to give some sort of footing to people going from what is understood culture within that space to what you're trying to kind of create. And that's at least what I've been kind of working on lately, for better or worse. And that can come in a number of different forms. A lot of times it really is just format. Like if it's the window dressing feels familiar, everything within it kind of can be a little bit more unpacked. But the way in which I've been kind of thinking about it is that, like, okay, so your thing's here. It's kind of like exists in its own nebulous space. We're here on Instagram or whatever, or at least understanding of Instagram culture and structure. If there aren't, I picked a bad angle. If there aren't like stepping stones to get us closer contextually to that space, we're looking at it from further away, and it flattens it out into 2D, which is basically the point being, like, a lot of experimental art, a lot of avant-garde art gets flattened to pure abstraction or like trippy vibes when it really has a lot of like incredibly substantial things going on, but the people do not have the context. I'm speaking specifically for myself, but I think that this applies broadly. They don't have the context for fully pulling it apart. So, but beginning to at least lay out reference points pulled from the broader culture can at least bring us slowly like closer to a more spatial view, a more nuanced view of the thing you're making. Maybe that seems obvious, but that's been a huge focus of mine lately, because I got to a point where it's just like, okay, I can create in a specific way, I can create in a nuanced way, whatever. But I don't want to just continue speaking to the same people. As much as I like those people, I want it to have a broader life outside of that. But I don't want to just make like, motion graphic, like shiny, spinny things. And so starting to like pull structural pieces visually from, I should use the drawing thing more. There we go. Yeah. Okay. This is us going over there, kind of doing like a football thing. So, okay, like our team's here, and then you go over. Anyway. And then the hope is, okay, I laid something out. It was like a network thing. Did it trigger or no? Let's see. There's some sort of hidden trigger here. Well, in any case, the thing that I was trying to trigger was basically just a network of contextual references that people are building together, building a broader network of people, of artists, a community that is able to build a runway to their community through that kind of like contextual remixing and things like that. And again, maybe that seems obvious, but when it comes to authenticity, which was like the genesis of this thought, I gave a lot of thought to like it's kind of an outdated way of thinking at this point to be authentic to a specific like space, almost like selling out is kind of outmoded, or at least among a certain group of people. But how to, and I've really been struggling with how to maintain a lot of what I value visually and subject wise and conceptually. How do I maintain that and still have a dialogue with the broader culture, which for better or worse is captured by these platforms. And so anyway, through whether it be animation or things that arise out of like a knowable kind of source point, which is like bodily movement or whatever, or genre parody, like, oh, it's a video game, but then it goes crazy, whatever. Those have been some of the mechanics for starting to figure out how to speak to a broader people, because I really do feel like, at least for myself, that has been a weak point. Feeling like feeling like I'm able to just recede back to a subculture that understands all my references and I understand theirs, and not going outside of that. So that more or less covers it. And yeah, this might have been the most confusing way possible to explain what I was talking about, but you know, I think it at least uses some of the tools in a similar way. So anyway, yeah, that is some of the stuff that has come to mind over the last year specifically, and we've got a lot more narrative things planned. We're really trying to expand past a specific kind of music sphere, because I think that there's a lot to be done in that world. But again, it is a knowable kind of like platform to jump off of. So anyway, that basically covers it. I think we've got like 20 minutes or something like that for if there are any questions about any of this. Like, I kind of glossed over all the practice stuff because I kind of covered that last time I was here, but I'm happy to go back to the last level and like unpack some more of the mechanics of real-time performance, VR performance, motion capture, anything like that, if anything comes to mind. Sure, okay. Thanks. Cool. Well, thank you all so much. Yeah, I'll be playing with Danny Harl on Friday, and yeah, can't wait to see you all out there. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, hello everyone. We're live. And the agenda for right now is that we're going to hear a lecture by Benjamin Bratton, who's a theorist, sociologist, and his main field of expertise is modern philosophy and design. And I'm an ex-theorist, currently functional programmer, mostly programming in Haskell, but I'll try to use my ex-knowledge a little bit in here for the Q&A session following the lecture, and then we'll open the floor for the questions from the audience.
Shall I begin then?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Well, thank you so much for the invitation to speak with you today. I unfortunately will obviously not able to come to Poland to speak with you in person, but obviously wish that I had been able to. But hopefully in the future we can do so. The talk that I have prepared today is in response to the theme of the event, of the deep authentic. And in fact, my talk is perhaps arguing to a certain extent against the idea of the authentic as it might be normally understood, and perhaps somewhat counterintuitively is arguing on behalf of the artificial and the synthetic, which are not the same thing, as I'll describe. And so, fair warning in advance, a little bit on this topic. The notion of the authentic, I will sort of say off the top, is a term I personally find a bit unsettling. I dislike the term in many regards. It mostly, I think, in the sense that the way in which the term is deployed and used as a kind of aspiration, and in some cases as an accusation that someone or something else is inauthentic in comparison to what? In comparison to some notion of nature or of the uncontaminated. I think in many ways the notion of the authentic is a reactionary and very conservative concept to its core. And so once more, I will be arguing against the motion, and will be encouraging you in some extent to cultivate and express your inauthenticity as much as you like, for permission to do so. So when I think of the authentic, what comes to mind? Well, let me tell you a story of a piece of land. You're probably familiar with this design for the world capital of socialism, so to speak, that was planned to be built in Moscow in the 1930s. With this gigantic, it would have been the largest building in the world, with this gigantic King Kong size Lenin looking over the top of it as well. As we know, the World War II ensued, and the steel required to build this thing was used for other purposes. What were some of those other purposes? Well, you'll notice here that there's a giant circular foundation for this building at the base here. And so that was actually built. This giant circular indentation and foundation was built. And so for much of the 20th century, that foundation was built and became a giant public swimming pool, which you may be familiar with. In Moscow was the largest public swimming pool in the world at that time, and served its purpose quite well. As the more recently, however, as the regimes changed and the times changed along with them, a different notion of the authentic use of this site came to the fore. that building where the capital of socialism building was going to be was also earlier the site of an Orthodox church. And more recently, as the church had come back into political power, the Christ the Savior Cathedral was now built on this site, a building that looks like it was built before socialism and communism. It looks like it was quite old. It's actually quite new. It's probably younger than many of you in the room today, but it is in a sense made to look artificially old, and this artificiality of a certain kind of notion of a conservative and reactionary sense of authentic structure. This is the mode of the authenticity that I find most distasteful. In some sense, it's also derived from, more philosophically speaking, the work of the German philosopher Martin Heidegger, who spent much of his time worried about authenticity and how it is that one might become authentic. As we all know, this preoccupation led him personally to some rather dubious conclusions as to what one should do with their time, having been a bit more than a collaborator during the Second World War. But another point it might just sort of make is that the notion of the authentic appears to us not as it really is as a sort of antithesis to modernity or technology or industrialization, but as a concept that rides as a kind of permanent passenger on modernity. That the history of modernity come from its very beginnings in the 18th or 18th or 19th century, depending on where you would want to locate it, comes with a kind of reactionary romanticism that imagines itself as adhering to a more authentic way of being, a more authentic relationship to the world than the one on author by the Promethean project of the time. And it tends to imagine itself as always usually kind of uniquely a kind of unique position that is standing against its own particular moment. In reality, it's a kind of endless repetition of the same ideas over and over and over, rediscovering itself because it is amnesic and has this amnesic kind of quality to it. These are, in the 19th century, these were called Adamite movements, Adamite, as in Adam and the Garden of Eden, an idea of going back to a garden in which things were simpler. Not only things were simpler and more and more naive in a way, but that they were more true, more authentic. And it is this idea of sort of returning to some kind of pre-contaminant, earlier golden era that is the aspect that I find most reprehensible. These are images from my favorite episode of Star Trek, when an Adamite hippie group comes on board and sings a lot of folk songs about the planet called Eden that they're going to go to eventually. It also has led, at least in my home country in the United States, to very strange understandings of the material world. That have become part of a way in which any of the productive notions around an popular ecological movement have probably been sidelined in any particular kinds of ways. To some extent, this also aligns with a deep personalization or individuation of understandings of what's at stake for our ecological relations to the world. This is a picture I took at my local supermarket that exemplifies this to me rather directly. It's a sign that indicates that if you were to buy a drink from this store, that you will not have to have a plastic straw, that the ritual, the personal individual ritual of buying a smoothie or drink at the store will allow you as an individual to perform the authentic deed of not drinking with a plastic straw. What you see here is, though, is this declaration of authenticity is itself wrapped in a plastic sign sitting on top of a plastic mountain of single-serving water. And so the underlying infrastructural reality doesn't really matter. What matters is the personal, individual performance of authenticity. This is the problem, not the solution. It is tied then, a notion of authenticity, to any number of forms of what in English literature came to be known as pastoralism. Pastoralism, a notion of a kind of a rural, a more rural, natural, slower, more immediate mode of existence that somehow had been displaced by urbanization and modernity. One of the things we find in particularly in rich Western countries is a kind of theater of pastoralism, in events like the farmers market, where people who are otherwise able to procure food from other sources will participate in a kind of theatrical experience of the pastoral, as a way of making themselves feel authentic, as a way of imagining a different kind of participating, kind of role-playing participation in a different kind of world. One that is based upon a rather peculiar notion of nature, a concept of nature as a kind of given, something that is relatively stable, but one that is ultimately extraordinarily fragile, intellectually speaking. One of the things that it always seems to forget is the artificiality of the world in which we find ourselves, which itself has led to other kinds of issues. By what I mean by the artificiality of the world in which we find ourselves, I present you with a natural banana. Bananas before more recent efforts in agricultural science to make them more tasteful, nutritious, and indeed seedless. None of us would want to eat a natural banana, and most of us probably haven't eaten one. My point simply is that the things that are taken to be natural are themselves artificial. They are composed, and they should be embraced as such. That the artificiality of the world, the compositionality of the world, is in fact one of the accomplishments of our sentience and our sapience, and not something to be refused. There are other ways in which the notion of the natural leads to other kinds of problems. When there is a strong conceptual distinction between the artificial on the one side and the natural on the other, the reality of the circumstance in which all of these are combined will take its revenge in some ways. The story of Rachel Carson and the carp is probably due here. Rachel Carson, as you know, is the author, you may know, was the author of a book in the 1950s called Silent Spring, which was a foundational text in the environmental movement, not only in the United States but globally. And it was a very important book, a very intelligent book, and one that had enormous positive impact. However, one of the issues that Carson took was an overuse of dangerous chemicals, which is a quite sensible, essential position to have. But one of the recommendations that she made in doing so was that instead of using, in the case of the Mississippi River and the Ohio River in the United States, instead of using chemicals to dissuade or poison invasive, different kinds of vegetative blooms, she recommended the introduction of in this case, invasive species of the Asian carp in order to eat the excess of the vegetal bloom that was there, instead of using chemicals. In other words, the natural solution would be better than the artificial solution. What has happened, however, is that the carp has taken over the rivers, choked the waterways, and has, in essence, decimated these ecologies in ways that the chemical solution never would have it never would have in the first place. And so, for certain, there are unintended consequences of any kind of artificial intervention. There are also unintended consequences of interventions that imagine themselves to be acting on the side of nature. What we conclude then is not that the embrace of a fabricated notion of the authentic will lead us away from these dangers, but that in fact it is one of the things that leads us straight into the middle of them. So let me then speak a little bit on the more positive aspect of the talk, which would be about, if not necessarily the inauthentic, at least the artificial. So what do I mean by the artificial? The artificial is a term that has many connotations. It sometimes means as in artifice, as in fake, but also as an artifact, as in an artifact that is made. And so one way to think about the artificial is not as in faked, but as composed, as in deliberately designed. And as you see here, this is not a Photoshop image. This is a forest in Japan. And I bet everyone in the room can point to the trees that were planted, that were artificially planted by the Forestry Service in Japan there. And the reason you're able to pick them out is because they have what we call anomalous regularity. Anomalous regularity. What that means is that there's a regularity in the pattern that is unusual, that is anomalous, that is basically impossible to have happened just on its own. So one way to think about the artificial is in the telltale sign of this design ability, this composability that we might see in the anomalous regularity. That also means a notion of artificial that is not, as opposed to the notion of artificial as in fake. These are images of fake people, a website that sort of a number of websites you can go to that will generate. In this case, there's a system was trained on Hollywood actors, and the AI system will generate images of generic Hollywood actors that look exactly like Hollywood actors to me. Having been born in Los Angeles, I'm surrounded by these creatures, but they are in fact not real people as we would normally associate them. But it's a different notion of artificial that I'm actually trying to get at. Now, let's speak though for a moment about artificial as in artificial intelligence. What do we mean by artificial in the notion of artificial intelligence? What is artificial about it? How is it different than natural intelligence? Is its artificiality mean it's an inauthentic intelligence or not intelligent at all? Well, these are very difficult questions, and indeed, the very idea of what is and isn't artificial is different in different cultures. Even in the history, looking at the histories of different European cultures, the notion of the boundary between the artificial and natural is quite different. I do a fair bit of work in China, and the notion of the artificial there is very different than it is in the West more broadly. And so what would constitute artificial intelligence is also quite different because the very idea of the artificial is different. So the picture I show you here is of Alan Turing, a young Alan Turing, who in his 20s had a number of important philosophical thought experiments that eventuated into the modern computer, another into machine intelligence more broadly. You probably know Turing mostly through what has come to be known as the Turing test, which he initiated the imitation game, which was the inspiration also for the Voight-Kampff empathy test from Blade Runner. But as you know, more likely, the test involves a computer pretending to be a human in order for the human to figure out whether this computer is in fact intelligent. So let's think about that scenario for a moment. The idea is that machines are intelligent, or can be said to be intelligent, if they can perform thinking the way that a human thinks that a human thinks. And so the quality of its intelligence is dependent upon that kind of narcissistic, anthropocentric recognition. Now, Turing didn't really mean it that way. Turing meant it as what's called a sufficient condition for intelligence. That is, if it can do this, then it probably is intelligent. But it has become, in essence, a necessary condition of intelligence. That is, unless the computer can pass as a human, then it is not intelligent. And this question of passing a creature, an entity that has to pass as something else, also has a dark and ironic and sour connotation with regards to Turing's own biography. So where does this lead us? Well, one direction is that instead of to sort of extend this critique of the Turing test, it would lead us to understand that perhaps intelligence exists in ways that are quite not only ones that are recognizably human, but in a lot of other diverse ways that might be difficult for humans to recognize, but that are still intelligent. And that the evolution of intelligence over billions of years on Earth, from sentience to sapience, is one that is quite diverse. And that it might take the form of different forms of animal intelligence, it might take different forms of vegetal intelligence, and indeed now machine intelligence. So why would we say that one form is artificial and another form is natural exactly? What would be the condition by which we would make that decision? Well, if we mean artificial as in fake, it's difficult to say so. Why one is a natural intelligence and one is a fake intelligence, if it actually is genuinely intelligent, just in a strange and new way. But if we take artificial to mean not fake, but as in deliberately composed, as in anomalous regularity, then yes, we can find several examples of a kind of artificial intelligence. One example is when I was a few years ago visiting Sony AI lab in Tokyo, they showed us some work they had done with robot languages. The text you see there at the bottom, Woboda mo tolibu da hakedi, this is a made-up language. This is an artificial language that was originally composed so that one robot could teach another robot how to do a task. In this case, pick up that yellow thing and put it on top of the box. Now, an interesting thing happened is that over a few days and weeks, the robots became very fluent in this language, but also the language itself evolved very quickly and became almost indecipherable to the researchers at the lab, which they found very interesting in its own regard. And so this then poses a more difficult decision. On the one hand, about its artificiality, that is. On the one hand, yes, this is an artificial form of intelligence in the sense in which it was composed and designed. It didn't just happen on its own as a kind of emergent evolutionary phenomenon. And there is regularity in these utterances. Like the robots can make lots of sounds, but there's a anomalous regularity in their enunciations that we can tell this is actually, yes, this is a formal language. On the other hand, there was also later a kind of natural emergence that occurred of evolution within this language that occurred just by its being out in the wild, with the robots using it in a different kind of way. And so you see my point here. Yes, it's artificial in some regards. No, it's not artificial in other regards. But I think it is authentic. I think it is a kind of authentic language. I wouldn't want to say anything otherwise for this as well. But to step back to Turing for a moment, I would say that in many regards, that the growth of machine intelligence in the world, its own evolution is hamstrung by many ideologies around artificial intelligence, which are in turn hobbled by, I think, very clumsy misconceptions about what is and what is not artificial, and thus what is and what is not intelligent. It's simply more, these are important questions, but it's more complicated. One thing I'm quite sure of, though, is that foremost among these misapprehensions, these mistakes, is the presumption that machine intelligence must be recognizably human-like in order for it to qualify as being intelligent, and that if it doesn't, it is not intelligent, that it is inauthentic in some way. I think that these kinds of anthropomorphic biases and presumptions have left us with left us less capable than we should be in making sense of the already remarkable things that machine intelligence does do and does accomplish, that we don't really have a language to describe because we are trying to describe it in relationship to frameworks that are old and inadequate. AI may not work in ways that look anything like human thought, and also it may also, like for natural language processing, look like things that look very much like human thought. But we need to find a different criteria. So what is it? What are some other kinds of criteria by which we might think this through? Well, one is, and as I mentioned at the beginning, might be the difference between what we call the artificial versus the synthetic. Now, these are, in everyday language, these terms are used pretty much interchangeably, but they have a more specific and important distinction between them. In a book from 1968 called The Sciences of the Artificial, Herbert Simon, who was involved in those years in what was called good old-fashioned AI, or top-down symbolic modeling of AI, he offered this distinction between the artificial and the synthetic that I think is remains not only relevant, but in many respects crucial. So for Simon, the artificial does imply the counterfeit or a deception. And the example that he uses is of a fake diamond jewelry that's made out of glass, but it is carved to resemble a real gemstone. It's not a real diamond. It's nothing to do with a diamond. It's just a piece of glass, but it looks like a diamond. It pretends to be a diamond. So this is artificial. The synthetic, though, means something different. The synthetic means something that is deliberately created, but which is a real version of the thing that may also exist in some natural evolutionary process. So the example he gives of this is of a laboratory-grown diamond, a lab-grown diamond that is atomically, molecularly identical to a diamond you might find out of the pit. It's not a fake. It is diamond. It is real in a real sense, but it is also composed. So this synthetic diamond is then qualitatively different than the artificial diamond. So you see the difference. Now, if using this distinction between the synthetic and the artificial, we see that there is a major difference between what we might call artificial intelligence and what we might call synthetic intelligence. And artificial intelligence in Simon's model would mean something that looks intelligent, but really isn't. It appears to be intelligent, it pretends to be intelligent, but there's really nobody at home. Siri or Cortana or Alexa might be examples of a artificial intelligence in that point, that because they sound like a person, we imagine that they have intelligence, that they have intentionality, that they have an inner life, but they don't. A synthetic intelligence, however, is one that really does, is some kind of intelligence that was deliberately composed. There's a genuine intelligence, but is maybe difficult for us to recognize, but is not artificial in the sense of fakery. Now, what are some examples of how this might work? And there's also then, let me complicate this yet further, add another layer to this, by suggesting that there's, in addition to Simon's notion of a synthetic intelligence, there's also another notion of the synthetic that is worth considering here, and that is the notion of synthesis. synthesis, of bringing things together and resolving them. The synthesis of human and machine intelligence in the pursuit of insights or creativity, for example, things that would be impossible for either one to do on their own. Humans couldn't do it by themselves, machines couldn't do it by themselves, but humans and machines together can form these kinds of insights and have concepts and intelligence that wouldn't. But that's also a kind of synthesis, and a synthetic intelligence is also important. Now, let me show the example that I'm showing you here, an example of how this may work. You may be familiar with this, with at least part of this example. This is a famous scene from a famous match, as you see from 2016, between Lee Sedol, South Korean Go master, and AlphaGo, which was a Go playing AI developed by DeepMind, a Google research group based in London. And famously, in this, I believe in the second game, between Sedol and Go, the AI's move 37, which you see here, was a move that Go expert that totally confounded the game. That was a move that Sedol had never anticipated. That in essence nobody had done before, and in fact the commentators thought the AI had made a mistake, and that this was very embarrassing for DeepMind, and that their computer had gone nuts. And put the stone in the wrong in a completely crazy place, and that this would work. Sedol saw it differently, and once he began to think about the implications of this move, he kind of he had to leave the table, throw water in his face, and he realized something that he realized not immediately, but eventually, that the computer had made him, in his own words, the AI had made a move that no human would have made. That it wasn't just repeating like lots and lots of human moves, but somehow in the combination of the human intelligence, the programmers, and the machine intelligence of the mechanisms of calculation, it had come up with something novel. It had invented a way of seeing the Go board that had not been there before. So that's not the example of synthetic intelligence I want to describe, though this is an important one. It's actually what happens in the next game that is the relevant issue here. In the next game, Sedol's move 78 was equally unexpected and equally creative, a move that he never would have made. And he declared afterwards that he made this move based on the kind of new understanding of the way the Go board might be seen and intuited and understood that had come from the move before. In essence, by playing the machine, Sedol became a better Go player, and he began to see and be more and have a creative capacity in playing the game that he would not have had before. This is a kind of genuine synthetic intelligence of humans and machines collaborating in a way not just for purposes of efficiency, but for creativity and novelty, as well. By the way, there was a project that we did at Strelka Institute last year, which I'll talk to you a little bit about. I'm also the director of a think tank based in Moscow called the Terraforming, where we are indeed exploring some of the planetary, ecological, economic, and governing complexities around the intrinsically artificial predicament in which we find ourselves. I'm just scrubbing through the film, but one of the things every year we make about 9 or 10 design research films that are exploring some of the philosophical and practical consequences of these ideas. And I'll invite you to watch the whole film together. But this one, a group of some of our researchers, Joel and Nicole and Lyra, developed their own approach and understanding of the conditions by which synthetic intelligence might be thought to emerge. And for them, it has everything to do with the site, the physical, spatial condition and location between multiple actors in this regard, which a dynamic which we also see in itself in nature. That's not necessarily a matter of only the artificial. So Let me then move to another question, another notion of the artificial in relationship to the image, in relationship to the image in the age of digital reproduction. Most of us are probably familiar with the thesis from Walter Benjamin's work of art in the Age of Mechanical Reproduction, in which he discusses how mechanical reproducibility of the image destroys or dissolves some sense of the aura of the original of the work of art. And that is that in the mechanical reproduction of the image, a sense of the auratic original, that is its originality and its authenticity, becomes dissipated into the proliferation of copies. And I think in many respects his thesis holds true. What I want to suggest, however, is that as this has extended into new regimes of digital imaging and infrastructure, that a kind of inverse phenomenon has taken place. That is, that the digital reproducibility of the image or of the world rendered as a sensed image has actually refocused its attention on the original and the authentic in other ways. But let me make the argument to you more fully. So vision has evolved many times in evolutionary perspective. Photoreceptor cells, light-sensitive cells, are found across many different phyla and evolved from many different kinds of chemoreceptors over time. And it's likely that these photoreceptor cells evolved, in most cases, evolved in advance of or before any kind of brain-like information processing organs. That is, it's not that there's a brain that grows eyes, but rather there are eyes that grow a brain. Now, arguably, over the past 2 decades, vision has evolved again. This time, not for cuttlefish, as in the last image, or for rattlesnakes, or for people, but for networked CCD sensors and algorithmic armatures that process what is sensed into differentiated and motivated recognition. That machine vision is another step in this evolutionary process. In many cases, though, the function of representation is rather different, in that the data doesn't necessarily have to become an image in the way in which humans think of an image in order for it to be understood. It doesn't need to be rendered as a picture because the algorithm that is programmed to discern different patterns in the data that is sensed can see those patterns directly in the data itself without reprojecting that data as an image and then seeing the patterns in that projection. In that sense, that we have an image without the visual, if you like, and this is perhaps a bit like photosynthesis, is also a kind of photoreceptor without images in a different sort of way. Now, it all depends a little bit about how, now thinking about the replication of the digital image, it depends a bit how you might want to quantify what counts as an image. But what Benjamin called the mechanical reproducibility of images has certainly allowed them to proliferate well beyond the domain of human craft and recognition. Today, the industrial scale processing of data that is gleaned by scanning light in some way, from urban scale street surveillance to millimeter scale quality control assembly lines, represents a significant fraction of all the ways in which the world images itself. At the end of the day, machines take more images than people do. And machines take more images for machines to look at than people do for people machines. The production of imagery has not only become mechanized, it has become more the domain of machines itself. So the question is, back to the images, do plants, like plants, like photosynthesis, for example, do machines process this as a kind of vision without images, or at least they have a different reaction to this dynamic. Now, here's the point, and perhaps this is surprising, perhaps not, but today, the function of most of these machinic images, or plurality of these machinic images today, is to determine the originality and veracity of the things that those images represent. And so in this exponential mechanization of the image, the importance of the original actually returns. How do I mean this? Well, let me take some examples. This is a $100 bill, as you recognize from the United States. It is an image. It's a piece of paper with a number of images on it. It is also a machine. Most of the images that you see here on this piece of paper are not only pictures so that humans can recognize that this is a $100 bill and that it's worth, this piece of paper is worth this amount of money, but it is also a piece of paper full of counterfeit prevention technologies that will guarantee that this piece of paper is the original, authentic $100 bill. We look at them and we see a picture. A machine looks at them and is looking at whether that's the right green ink or whether or not there's the other kinds of materials are properly, or whether this light is reflecting a certain way, and they are able to determine that yes, this is an original, authentic dollar bill. We also have this interesting phenomenon here of when the image itself becomes a machine. It's not that they have machines produce more images. In the case of this, the image is a machine. It's a authenticity generated machine in this regard. Or we can, in terms of the way in which the mechanized image becomes the basis for the originality, we can think of the ways in which surveillance systems might be able to, are as they might scan a city for a suspect. In this case, the Boston, the fellow who set off bombs at the Boston Marathon was running throughout the city. They're not looking, the surveillance system is not necessarily looking for everyone, it's looking for someone in particular. It's trying to pick out the one face from thousands, trying to find the true one target from all of these possible things. Or as in the work of Maurizio Cersini, you see that we commonly will, when very, very expensive paintings are sold from one museum to another, the insurance companies will demand demand a proof of the authenticity of the object. In many cases, that involves, in this case of Maurizio's work, putting very tiny cameras into the cracks in the paint on the canvas and doing all kinds of full spectrum analysis of different parameters of the materials that constitute the painting in order to determine that this is the original authentic object in one way or another. One of my favorite projects in AI art of recent is a project by Alice Hsu at Princeton, who had trained GANs to do traditional Chinese landscape paintings. You see there on the left the original human paintings and some of the training structures, and then on the far right some of the landscape paintings that was able to generate by itself. I much to say about this in terms of the relationship between the authentic and the inauthentic, the natural and the artificial, particularly in the way in which these kinds of traditional landscape paintings are understood and circulated as sort of artifacts and documents of a kind of authentic original aesthetic. So most of us are also probably familiar, speaking of sort of verifying the original and the authentic, we're all kind of familiar with CAPTCHA systems, where instead of with the Turing test, the human is trying to figure out whether the computer is authentic or not. Here, the computer is trying to figure out whether the human is authentic or not, but both of which are trying to determine the authenticity and originality of whatever they're interacting with. And so, how do we conclude? We might say that Walter Benjamin's assurances that mechanical reproduction would undermine the aura of the original is true when, for example, we compare a painting with a postcard of a painting. But when machine vision and indeed images as machines are put to work for the purposes of assuring the originality of what they represent, the verified non-fakes, the true identities, the unbroken versions, the normal targets, and the certified real deals, something else occurs. A full revolution is made back around as the image is more, that is, as the image is more fully technologized, it becomes itself a machine. And so Benjamin's historical arc from pre-mechanical original to mechanical copy is incomplete without another curve one leading now back to what, a kind of machinic authentic, or something along these lines. Now, I think seeing ourselves through the eyes of this, of seeing ourselves as represented through the eyes of this machinic other, is actually quite important philosophically. We see ourselves in a way in which we're not particularly used to seeing. I call this phenomenon the inverse uncanny valley. The uncanny valley being you see a creature in the world, it looks kind of human, not quite human, and we find it aesthetically disturbing because of this. The inverse uncanny valley is when you see yourself through the eyes of the machine and you don't quite recognize yourself. You're somewhat disturbed by what you see because your self-image of what you imagine yourself to be is not what you see in front of you. And this dislocation is, in fact, I think, enormously instructive. We might argue that it is such moments of demystifying confrontations with what we are but don't imagine ourselves to be are not only psychologically instructive, but indeed politically so in some kind of regards. And so all of the kinds of questions around the delimitation of the real and the fake, what you really are, what you really imagine yourself to be, what your sense, your affective sense of the authentic might be versus the underlying reality that makes you possible. Which one is artificial, which one is not artificial. These all operate in a number of different kinds of strange dynamics, fluid relationships, internal and external paradoxes and contradictions to themselves, many of which are generated by the question of whether or not this is real or not, whether or not this is a simulation or not as such. A process by which is probably intrinsic to some extent of how our cognition works and how our ways in which we perceive the world. Our apophenic responses of seeing faces and things and seeing patterns and trying and understanding the world in relationship to these patterns and trying to deduce versions, trying to deduce the veracity of things accordingly is fundamental to our evolution. And so it's not surprising that it would continue in this kind of regard. At the same time, however, with an eye towards the synthetic intelligence and the generation of novelty and the generation of creativity and how it is that we might work in relationship to artificial systems, it's exactly it is sort of these kinds of mistakes and glitches that are in some cases also generative of novelty. This is some images from an earlier version of Google Translate's machine vision, of where you hold the phone up to something in a different language, in this case a menu in Russian, and it will translate into a different language. In the course of doing so, generating this sort of amazing poetry along the lines. It works quite well, much better than it used to. In a certain sense, something is perhaps lost in has been lost. There was a moment in which it was kind of perfectly tuned to provide a kind of accidental commentary on all the rest of this around this as well. But to conclude my remarks, what I would want to suggest here is that the question about whether or not oneself is authentic or whether one's found one's sort of authentic self is always needs to be couched in an understanding that the self and your experience of the world is nothing if not artificial in all of the possible senses in which we have described it. And in that sense, there's nothing more authentic, if you like, than embracing this inauthenticity. It also, I think, has to another sort of point of sort of continuance for Professor discussion having to do with the question of the authenticity of lands and of landscapes and not just of people. Part of the violence of the colonial era was also the notion that these lands that were settled were empty, that they were pristine in some way. They were not pristine. They were settled. They were already artificially constructed by those who had lived there for generations. We're seeing a number of repetition of this dynamic around colonial space around discussions of the exploration of outer space. And by that, I don't mean that the term colonization of space is problematic. What I mean is the notion that these lands are pristine and that therefore there is a continuity with the colonial era. Well, Mars, the uninhabited nature of Mars, the uninhabited nature of the moon makes them fundamentally different than the spaces of the colonial era. And to confuse them in this way is that this is the part that is, in fact, most disturbing. So last point, and I'll sort of leave you with this, and we can open it up from a little bit of discussion in this sense, is I would like to, as the keynote speaker, give the attendees permission to be inauthentic, to cultivate your inauthenticity in whatever ways that you like, not to let any of the romantic reactionary crackpots tell you otherwise, and in doing so, I think you'll find the better path. Lastly, I'll put in a plug and also maybe some follow-on comments. Some of the work that you're seeing and that we've discussed comes from this the program at Strelka called the Terraforming. We are in the process of accepting applications through early November to join us for the 3rd year. I invite you to look at the terraforming.strelka.com to look at all of the work. The best argument for the program is the work that the researchers do, and that concludes my my discussion for today. And I thank you for this and look forward to the conversation.
Thank you, Benjamin. Thank you, Benjamin.
Let me try to unshare.
Okay. Okay. Wow, what an echo. What an echo. So, my first question. How do you think which of these terms, synthetic, natural, artificial, and nature, should be preserved, kept, or perhaps reused in the context of global warming, which is a topic that you employ them quite a lot?
Yeah. Well, I'm not arguing against it. I think all words should be continued. I like words, and so I would want to keep them all. I think the question is, but the words also evolve, and their meanings change over time. The notion of nature is itself an artificial construct. The notion of nature is an artificial construct, and so I think we can use these terms in different ways. In terms of global warming, I would put it this way. I would say that the issue, what we call anthropogenic global warming, that is global warming that is caused by humans, it's quite clear to me that the most viable and equitable and pragmatic responses to anthropogenic global warming will have to be also anthropogenic. That instead of understanding the response to global warming as a kind of refusal of the artificial and a revitalization of Victorian era concepts of the natural as a kind of bulwark against this, that we need to embrace the anthropogenic quality of this, embrace the artificial, and in fact learn greater confidence with it. The issue is not that in this regard is not that sapience or has had impact on the world. The question is the kind of impact that it has and the calibration for it. But I think that probably puts me a little bit at odds with some of the positions within the mainstream environmental movement that might be that itself has historically emerged in relationship from the a kind of capital R romantic view of the world and nature and its own position in opposition to modernity, which is not a position I share.
Okay, so the another question I have is a question about you say about artificial, the good artificial, that it is deliberately designed. Sometimes we talk the same about the synthetic. So my question is, what is the place, or even it's broader, it's a question of agency of a designer in that deliberate design process. Who is the agency, or what is the agency?
Yeah, well, it obviously depends. So I think that the artificial in this sense, I mean, what I tried to present were a few different, possible definitions of the word, because, words are words. The world is real. The words just try to catch up with the world. The words aren't real themselves, other than specific ways. But the notion of the artificial as composed or deliberate in a certain has this sort of telltale sign is something that has, real consequences. I think, right now there's all this discussion of whether or not the coronavirus that came to us from Wuhan was artificial or natural. To some extent, those discussions themselves are highly politicized, obviously, but those who know much more about molecular biology than I do, when they look at the genome of the virus, what they're looking for is anomalous regularity. They're looking for telltale signs of artificiality, which means regularity within this that would not naturally have occurred. And everyone I know who here at UCSD who works on this indicates that no, there's nothing to show there that suggests that this is in fact artificial. However, to the question of the agency around this, well, the thing is that, there's a design likes to think about itself in a way that's perhaps overestimates its own kind of agency, that there is a designer, an architect, an agent somewhere in the system who has who is responsible for everything that happens, that comes from their desk and their idea down the line. But the history of, just looking around the room in which everyone is sitting, the history of the artificial built environment in which we live is not one in which there was one person who did all of these things, that they are part of an ongoing intergenerational material culture in which certain materials become possible to use, certain forms become standardized, certain logistical processes have their own kinds of demands. Insurance companies have demands upon the organization of a space. The agency is always broadly distributed in one way, in a lot of different ways. That doesn't mean it's regular. There are ways in which, obviously, the state as a client, or the state as a institutional position that might decide the parameters through which design and designation can happen, does not necessarily have the same interests as capital, which is another kind of institutional form that provides constraints and context for design. Nor is it the same institutional context of religion or of any of these, or any of the kinds of others that sort of move along the structures of this kind of line. Now, I'll just sort of cut to the chase in a sense. I think that in relationship to the issue of climate change that you brought up at this moment, is that we're living through, in a way, a kind of crisis of agency. We don't have the agency that is necessary to bring about a structural and systemic transformation that we might all understand on some level and in different ways is necessary, doesn't seem to exist. And I think we saw that with the pandemic as well, that we had this planetary scale crisis, that we understood conceptually what needed to happen. We had technological means to do so. But in most Western countries, and one of my recent book was about this topic, the governing capacity to actually act on behalf of the implications of what we know and the implications of what we are able to do doesn't exist. So I think in the bigger picture, there is a kind of crisis of the absence of collective, structural, infrastructural agency, a crisis of governance in the broadest sense of the term, which doesn't just mean the state. It means the ways in which societies are deliberately compose themselves artificially. And that part of the challenge for thinking about governance for the next century or so will have to do with an understanding that this societal self-composition has to do with local and regional concerns, but it also, in many cases, has to do with planetary concerns that give the constraining context of those regional concerns, like a pandemic, like climate change, like migration, like corporate taxation, like carbon taxation. These are all planetary scale conditions that require some kind of deliberate composition, agency, action. To assume that they will just solve themselves bottom up through some kind of emergent process hasn't worked. And so the question of agency is here's one that is central to the thought, to the working of the zone. But the way in which I think about this is more at the level of how can systems, social systems, where is the positions of agency within social systems that they would be able to actually compose themselves with the reason through which they're capable, rather than thinking through agency as, which kind of designer do we need sitting in which chair, who is somehow responsible for the everything that ensues from this as well. I see this as a over individuation of the situation. So that would be my reply.
Okay. Another question. I'm quite suspicious, actually, of the term and that definition of synthetic, because I feel as if this distinction between artificial as something less than synthetic as something derivatory, merely replique, might entail that something that is in fact synthetic has some sense of a depth, and that depth is for me kind of dangerous, because that's exactly the place where we made mistakes with nature. It was that deep, it was this much human that we wanted to see the same, for example, traits in computer as we see in ourselves. Do you see the same danger, or you see kind of a different way of rethinking or recomposing that depth into other means?
Yeah, no, it's a good question. So again, I want to suggest that the terms that I'm using here are not meant to. Are they really meant to? They are adjectives to describe phenomenon. I don't know that they necessarily have that they resolve some of these value questions. There are things that are synthetic that are bad, and things that are artificial that are good, and all these around these things as well. So I'm not arguing, in essence. I'm not attempting to be the lawyer on behalf of the synthetic by arguing that this will sort of solve all of these things as well. It's more of a distinction between this. Now, your question about is there a way in which let me rephrase the question in a way in which, if I understand it, make sure that we're on the same page. That if the way in which I understand it is that perhaps if the notion of the synthetic is one in which there is a kind that, let's say, for example, of a synthetic intelligence, that this would involve the deliberate composition of a form of intelligence that is in some way genuinely intelligent, that it has real intelligent capacities within it, but it did not emerge in nature, all through long-term natural selection processes, and therefore as a kind of synthetic intelligence. That might be a kind of intelligence that we would have not only not recognized ourselves in, but would have a great deal of difficulty recognizing, because we hadn't seen it before. And so we have this interesting paradox. On the one hand, humans may have composed this intelligence, and yet the humans may not be able to recognize this intelligence once they have composed it, or not understand really what has necessarily been made. In that example of the robot language being perhaps an example there as well. Now, we don't only have to talk about intelligence, but this is maybe the topic that I've introduced. Now, is there a version of synthetic intelligence, or a sense of the pursuit of synthetic intelligence, that would have an inverse, a different kind of momentum that is in the idea of trying to reproduce or replicate the dominant model of intelligence that we understand, which is human intelligence, though we don't really understand that. Is the question, is the pursuit of a synthetic intelligence possibly going to drive a kind of soft or hard anthropomorphism in trying to arrive at a kind of in a kind of intelligence in this regard? Certainly, this is also possible in this regard. The question, though, is like there may be ways in which and I think we see this with natural language processing, which is a form of AI that is very much based on human cultural systems. There is nevertheless a kind of a kind of evolution that takes place within very large NLP models, where the language becomes something other than the human version of this language. It's the language itself comes to take on a different kind of different kinds of properties than it had before. So what I mean to say is, even if we're trying to make something that is, we can look in the mirror and see ourselves because we imagine this is in the narcissism, that this is the proper pursuit, that doesn't mean that's what we get. We may get something that is genuinely synthetic intelligence that isn't what we meant to pursue. And I say that has to be possible because the inverse is possible. That is, in our attempts to make synthetic intelligence, we have certainly arrived at different kinds of artificial intelligence, things that look intelligent, sound intelligent, smell intelligent, but really aren't. And in many cases, many people are satisfied with that. But this is not the real pursuit. So perhaps if I haven't answered your question in the way in which you would like me to, we can try to sort of accommodate the differences of having this conversation over the Atlantic Ocean. If you'd like to re-ask the question more specifically, I'd be happy to make sure I've actually attended to your point.
I think you answered to my question, especially with NLP, because I didn't understood you at first, that when you said that it's similar to the way humans process language. I don't make n-grams in my mind when I listen to you speak, so I'm unlike an NLP model.
Not all NLP.
Okay.
Not all NLP. Not all.
So I guess that the answer was sufficient. Thank you. Another question. Let's think which one. Okay, you were also like talking about other types of synthesis, like a synthesis between human and the machine. And I was thinking how many, like, what's the level of interaction? Can it be something only as simple as this, like, learning from watching one another, or some deeper forms of interaction than the one that went on with AlphaGo?
Well, one hopes all kinds of deeper forms of this, but I think the simple ones are important too. I think it's important to remember that our human intelligence, our natural human intelligence, our capacity for sapiens abstraction is a byproduct of our technical cultures. That we learned that it through tool use and through pictorial abstraction, through different forms of functional and instrumental technologization of our immediate environment, Paleolithic cultures, Neolithic cultures, that the process of that our intelligence emerges in response to this, that our capacity for abstraction at a neurological level is a result of the demands that our technical cultures made possible. Other things as well, our necessity to navigate landscapes and to memorize, what you can eat and what you cannot eat, lots of other things too. But that it's not that the kind of sort of commonsensical notion is that we developed an intelligence and therefore picked up tools and used them. The dynamic is much more interrelated, that through the ongoing process of human evolution, that our technicity and our intelligence co-evolved co-evolved in turn. The reason I suggest this is to such a certain extent that this principle of a synthetic intelligence with modes, I'm trying to identify modes of synthetic intelligence with AI. I don't mean to propose this as some kind of futuristic novelty, but rather as some sort of new, unprecedented phenomenon, but quite the opposite, as a continuity with the ongoing arc of evolution of intelligence more generally on Earth. In this case, you have an AI that its technicity is one that is related to our capacities for cognition, our capacities for pattern recognition, our capacities for foresight, our capacities for strategy, planning, and so forth. And so the kinds of synthesis that can take place with this can take any number of different forms, and I think do in many regards already. There are lots of ways in which artists collaborating with AIs in order to produce images or music or sound, images or music or other kinds of forms of expression that are not simply faster, better versions of what was happening before, but represent modes of expression, genres, forms, formats, aesthetics that perhaps we don't really have quite of a language for yet, and it's beginning to evolve beginning to take on its own kind of development. Those can be very private, small, immediate moments of discovery that might take place in one studio. On the other end, there's also one of the more amazing things, one of the, I think, more amazing accomplishments of the DeepMind project to date has been the work on protein folding and the use of AIs to develop this sort of an enormous number of geometries in relationship to how proteins fold and bond to the surface of molecules. The implications of this for drug discovery, for basic understanding of molecular machinery, and how to compose this in general will have very, very long-term effects, not between one person and one machine in the Lee Sedol sense. Like with the Lee Sedol, you got one person, one machine. Maybe with the artist, you have one artist, one machine. No, with the protein folding, this is a kind of synthetic intelligence that happens at an institutional or infrastructural level, and will do so over the course of generations. That the capacity for capacity for molecular design will be greatly accelerated by one assumes by the having accomplished this protein folding structure theories as well. And so that's kind of what I'm trying to point at in terms of the question of what AI is for. The argument I wish to make here is not that all of these problems are solved now that we have AI. AI will solve all of this. We just need to get out of the way. That's not my argument whatsoever. The argument really is, as I suggest, what is AI for? We have this. There has been this long-term emergence of animal intelligence, vegetal intelligence. We now beginning to have machine intelligence that seems to be very good at very specific kinds of things, terrible at other kinds of things. The language we've used to describe this is deeply anthropomorphic, deeply anthropocentric, and it's missing all of the interesting things that the machine intelligence is actually doing. So perhaps we need to take a step back and ask this more fundamental normative question of the purpose of AI. And I also think that, and if this point wasn't clear, that one of the other unfortunate legacies of Turing's test, which we see repeated with the Lee Sedol versus AlphaGo thing, is that somehow this is a zero-sum game, that like either the human wins or the machine wins. Either the computer is a human or it's not, but it's always like it's one or the other. And this feeds into a kind of replacement theory of AI, that humans are being replaced by AI, that to the extent to which AI is ascendant, humans are being demoted in some kind of regard. part of the impetus and gesture towards a synthetic intelligence is suggest that the history of technology doesn't suggest this, that one replaces the other really necessarily, but rather that we should think about modes of connection and collaboration between mammal intelligence and machine intelligence that would allow for forms of cognition that would otherwise be impossible for either one to do on their own. And that this, as a kind of direction for our thinking about this purpose of like what AI is for, should be should have considerable gravity in that discussion.
My microphone is not working again. Thank you so much. Right now, I'm opening a floor for questions from the audience.
Or comments or whatever you like. I'm very happy to engage on any way you would like.
Okay. No questions? Okay. In that case, thank you very much, Benjamin.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. It was my pleasure. I look forward to hopefully meeting all of you in person at some time soon. And I look, if you're interested in learning more about my work, you can, bratton.info website has lots of sort of to do. And I look forward to keeping in contact with all of you. And thanks again for the invitation.
Thank you.
Bye. Bye.